No! No! Ah!
At CoCoTALK, we'd like to thank the patrons who sponsor our show. So our warmest gratitudes go out to Al Hartman, Alan Murphy, Blair Ledoux, Brendan Donaghy, Brian Weisler, D. Bruce Moore, Davey Mitchell, Diego, Disney Saints fan, Eric Canales, Fedor Stamen, Glenn Hewlett, Graham Vebke, Grant Leedy, Henry Strickland, Jason Bucata, Jason Downs, Jenna Farron, Ken Reichard, Kyle Etter, Malfunk, Michael Pitsley, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Richard Lorbieski, Rob Inman, Stephen Wagner, Terry Steen, Terry Steggy, The Backyard Shed Gang, Tom C., Tom S., and Tim Lindler. Thank you ever so much, patrons. CoCoTALK is an unscripted live broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own and not necessarily those of the CoCoTALK show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds encouraged, sense of humor recommended. If any off-color comments were made, we're sorry.
Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS 80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
This is CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer. It's time to drop your socks, grab your real-time clocks, and let's rock.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Good afternoon, everybody, and I hope you're having a crikey good day. We're back with another exciting episode of CoCoTALK. This week, we bring you the world premiere of the latest game from Nicholas Marentes.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Crikey, have we got a great show for you today, boys and girls. Unfortunately, it's being hosted by me, but other than that, there's lots of great people and content here on the program this afternoon. There we go. There goes the ratings. We've got a great panel. We are going to start in the top of the panel on the bottom of the world, but he likes to say crikey a lot. He's got a cat named Neo, knows a few things about music. We call him David O'Connor. G'day, David.
Hello. Neo says hello too.
Hello, Neo. And from Canada, in the Great White North, our news anchor. It is L. Curtis Boyle. Welcome to the program, Curtis.
Good afternoon or evening or morning, depending where in the world you are, to everybody.
Absolutely. Playing Rally SG, the hoster and streamer of the past few weeks, talented individual. We know him as Rob Inman. Welcome to the program, Rob.
Borga.
Crikey. Good day, mate.
He's got the Borga in the background there.
He certainly does. This person is best known for saying,
"Thank you. Yes, you're too kind, and thank you."
Legendary game designer and all-around decent human being Rick Adams joins us today. Rick, welcome.
Hello everyone.
He's got an axe. He's got a flannel shirt. He lives in a garage. It's Rendezvous!
Hello, everybody.
Our backup streamer and engineer and all-around best-dressed dude, Mark Bosley's with us.
Hello, everybody.
He knows the way to San Jose, and he likes it. It's Mikey. Michael Furman, how are you?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
It's doing fantabulous. The music man, Brian Schubring, is with us today. How's your voice today, Brian?
My voice is doing just fine, you know. I could say I'm on bar Zoom above the city of Helium, but
okay.
No squeaky today.
Best known for his voice acting career and the famous line,
Stop right there.
Jason, the Coco Man Riker, joins us.
Oh, Stevie, I'm ready to go. I've got my magnifiers. I've got my Diet Dr. Pepper. I've even got some water to go along with that.
All right.
I even have Rocky the cat here today.
All right. You are ready to go, sir.
I'm ready. I've covered all bases.
There we go. One of our special guests today, the madman himself, Simon Jonassen, joins us. Hello, Simon. Welcome to the program.
Thank you, Stevie. Yeah.
Thanks for being here. We have something special to show off from Simon in just a moment or two. A man whose name is so nice we must say it thrice, and he never gets tired of hearing it. It's none other than Nick Marotta. How you doing, Nick?
Keep bringing it on. It's perfect. Doing well, thank you.
Nick,
I'm just kidding.
I don't know what it is, Nick, but you get better looking every time I see you. Don't ever change.
Well.
You are. Matter of fact, just for those who don't know, he is best known as our dreamy hunk. But ladies and gentlemen, not only is he on the cover of Teen Star magazine, but he's also a smooth Canadian. It's Nick Marotta. So just don't ever forget that, ladies and gentlemen.
Isn't he dreamy?
You know, it is hard seeing that picture of me and her because I had to dump her, right? And it's really brings back.
Yeah.
It brings back.
You're just throwing salt in that wound, aren't you?
That is. Rick Euland's with us. How you doing, Rick?
Well, a quick story. My new 3D printer came with traditional test cat printout, which I printed during yesterday's show.
And what is that? Is that
a mascot for our show?
Okay. It looks like a mushroom with a beard.
A cat whose head has exploded.
A cat whose head has exploded. Okay.
That's like most of our viewers, actually.
It's not really coming through, but that's what was on my printer after the show. So, new mascot here.
Far out. Alan Murphy joins us. Welcome, Alan.
Howdy. That kind of seems appropriate. The cat whose head is exploded, or a dumpster fire. Yeah, okay. I want to follow that.
Any of the above is applicable to this show. Our very special guests are the belle of the ball, if you will, the debutante of today's show, who will be showing off his latest wares. Nicholas Marentes joins us from Down Under. Welcome, Nick.
G'day, everyone. Oh, I was expecting the David Ladd section first because he's before me on the list.
Yeah, well, we always save the best for last. But Nick's another guy who likes to say, "Oh, crikey!" And we'll be showing off something that Nick's done. I think Nick. So apparently, what's happened is Nick has got done counting all of his money, and he's set up all his Swiss bank accounts. And now he's like, "What can I do to get yet another Ferrari?" So we'll find out what's going to put a new car in Nick's garage later in the program today. A guy who likes to collect things and make us all jealous, Brian Weasler's with us. Hello, Brian.
Hello, all. How you doing?
We're doing just wonderful. A guy who's best known for saying, David Ladd. Well, not for saying that. Actually, what does he say? This is what he says. He says,
"Oh, I'm much happier breaking stuff."
That's what he says. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to David Ladd. And David, the question on everyone's mind is, are you excited to be here today?
Why, yes, I am, Stevie. Is everybody else ready to see the rest of the show and see how it goes? I certainly am, because today we got 2 interesting demos, another conversation to see what's been going on with software. Oh, yeah, baby. Let's get this show rocking and rolling. And I'm taking that Dr. Pepper to town.
All right, David. That's
Can you put that software on floppy?
Yeah. And since Mark Overholzer is not here, I will go ahead and put on the glasses that allow me to see into the future. I do have an Apple behind me, too. So the role of Mark D. Overholzer today is being played by your temporary host before they fire me, Stevie Stroh. Welcome to the program. Let's get this train wreck rolling. And so why don't we go ahead, and Simon Jonassen is here. I've got something of Simon's that we're going to show off. And Simon, if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself, please do. And David, you were supposed to remind me to do something. What were you supposed to remind me to do, David? To unmute MAME, right?
Unmute MAME.
Okay. So we're going to unmute MAME because it was creating some hummity-dummity noises. All right, Simon, can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly. Can you hear me?
Simon, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, I can.
Let me spotlight you. I have to do this. I'm doing this semi-wonkily at this point now because I've changed my PC setup. I no longer have 3 screens. Oh, there we go. There's Simon's wonderful do. I'm liking the do. Looking really tray pointy. And so now what we're looking at right now is this is one of Simon's demos on a disc. And if you recall, Simon was with us a few weeks ago. He was talking about how he came up with his own custom interleaving for putting the data across the disc where it's loading in a very efficient, continuous manner. And other than that, Simon, what would you like to say, or what should I do at this point?
What would I like to say? I'd like to say it's an unfinished demo right now. I just wanted to show you a bit of progress for what I've done. The thing going on the screen is only 10 colors, so I've got a lot to overlay and stuff like that. And the disc actually loads about 13 tracks, so literally 60K, but you can just hear the way the head steps, like doop, 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 doop.
It is the bomb. That's why it's on there.
All right. So should I go ahead and type in DOS now as the screen is asking me to do here? All right. So this is in MAME. And if you know anything about MAME, its access to the floppy is actually slower than real floppies. So if this seems fast to you now, it would be even faster on real hardware. So we're going to go ahead and type in DOS. No signal.
The virus. Ah.
Poltergeist.
Don't be scared.
That is pretty cool. And at this point, does it just keep looping, or does it end at all?
It loops for now. It loops for now, but there will be more on that screen.
Okay, what I'm gonna do now, just not that I don't enjoy hearing the sound, but I want to hear you more. I'm gonna go ahead and mute MAME again. Okay, so that's been muted. We'll switch back to Simon where we can see you. Okay, welcome back, Simon. And what we noticed is as soon as I taped in DOS, you heard a quick chuck, chuck, chuck came up, and then another chuck, 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 and then boom, the music was playing and the samples were loaded. So it's loading very, very quickly, which is the beauty of how you're putting the data on the disk, right?
Exactly. And if you saw the original, if you saw the initial load, the DOS, that actually just loads track 34, and that loads in the normal interleave. And a track is probably like 4.6K. The DOS command will actually load the whole track. What you saw on that screen was 2.6K of image and COVID virus and animation and everything. It was 2.6K.
That's a lot of visual information for not a lot of memory.
Exactly.
Yeah. Tiny footprint.
It's running 320 by 225.
Okay.
Which is why you've got the kid in the bottom. You've got the kid at the bottom holding the screen.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole demo is the kid is going to hold the screen. So it's like third person demo.
Okay.
And it's kind of based around the whole COVID narrative, because a lot of people are getting a bit stir crazy because of all the lockdowns and whatever, you know. So I just thought I'd bring it to light. So
timely.
That's cool. That's very, very cool. It kind of reminds me a little bit of the Poltergeist thing with Carol Ann. Kind of holding the screen, and there's something inside the screen, so that was kind of in the back of my mind when I saw that,
Exactly. So wait till the subliminals come on.
Right now we saw the bliminal, but later on we'll see the subliminal, right? So
Are you going to be causing seizures with these subliminals? That's my question.
I'd probably put a disclaimer in there.
not necessarily a seizure, but possible thought control. Right? So.
I'd probably put a disclaimer in there.
Bit of 1984 going on there.
There's going to be a secret message in there that says, "Ditch your Commodore, go get yourself a CoCo."
Literally, when the disc loaded, from when the screen went white until it started animating, it loaded 60K, 13 tracks, and I don't know if you heard the heads there. It was like, and it was done.
That was pretty quick.
Yeah, that's impressive.
That was quick. How long have you been working on that update since it was about maybe 2-3 weeks ago when we had you on, or has it been a month already? I don't know, time flies, but
yeah, probably about a month. But I've not been working on it because I've got so much other stuff going on. Family business, so you don't need to know about it. But
yeah,
I mean that stuff I've been working on like a week just to get it to the point it is.
Excellent.
And I've got so many ideas going on about, okay, we're just going to flash this, that, the other. We're going to talk about, mandatory vaccinations. We're going to talk about confinement, about social distancing, whatever. And at the end of the day, my point here is you've got a little kid holding the screen. And it's like, what is all this stuff doing to the kid,
Yeah.
Social distancing, stuff like that, I mean,
yeah.
what are we doing to the ones that come after us with all this crap that's going on?
Right.
So it's probably a little bit of a political motive, but not too far out.
Interesting.
Hey, Simon, is it hard to have the that little kid's body extend down below the screen? I mean, is that like extra work to do, or?
No. But it's 320, 225, and the kid's body is in the 225, but that's static. I mean, the actual center of the screen between the two gray lines is 192, so 320 by 192.
Okay.
And everything happens on that, and the actual image itself that gets depacked. If you just work out 320 by 225.
Hold on, let me get out my number 2 pencil here.
That's 72K.
320, 225. That's a lot of.
Divide it by 2 because you've got 2 pixels per byte, so it's 36K of image.
Yeah.
And then you've got about 48K of samples, and it's all being loaded in 13 tracks, which is 60K, so it's all compressed and stuff like that.
Wow.
So how much of the processor's being used, do you think, when this thing's running?
To play the samples, well, the basic footprint to play samples, because they are 4-bit differentials, is about 62 cycles out of 114 at 11 kilohertz. So you're probably using about 60% CPU to play the samples.
Yeah, it looks really cool.
Is the whole final demo going to fit on one disc? Is that your goal?
Yeah.
Now, will there be any female nudity in this demo?
Only if requested by Shadow.
We got to have a different theme for each demo. Okay, very cool.
Only if requested by 50+ Shadows.
Very cool.
So Simon, is it loading it all into memory first, or is it actually displaying it as it's reading it off the disk?
No, it's. I thought about maybe just fiddling the MU registers and loading it into memory and stuff like that. But I was like, well, no, because then I'd have to have something that was uncompressed and it would fill too much disk.
Right.
So basically, the first thing you see when you type DOS is 2.6K being loaded. It's actually 4K because of DOS actually loading the whole track 34. But only 2.6K is loaded or used. And then you've got the animation with the COVID stuff and shit like that.
Yeah.
And it just goes white, like you've turned on the TV, and it loads the disc, and it just loads 60K, and it loads right from 200. It loads right from 200, like. So yeah, and then the image itself is decrunched first, where I shift out the MMU registers so I can decrunch the image to the upper 64K, or sorry, on a 128K box is actually the lower 64K from 0. And I switch back the MMU registers because the gimme or the GIME, I call it the GIME, will take care of itself because that can access all memory. That will take care of itself. And then I switch back what was the RAM, and I overwrite. I decrunch the samples and overwrite what was actually written to the screen.
Now, what we're looking at now, is this just shifting palette registers to animate the colors?
Yes, it's palette registers shifting, but it's beating to the music.
Yes,
I'm looking at the samples and beating to the music, but it's palette register shifts. The actual, the little guy holding the screen, and the top and the bottom are because it's black at the top, so it's 225 high, but it's emulating like 192.
Okay.
Because I wanted his shadow in the bottom.
Yeah. Yeah. It kind of looks like he transcends beyond the programmable space. Like he's more than the screen, right? So.
Yeah, exactly. So he's actually holding the screen. It's like a kind of an illusion kind of thing.
Kind of a fourth wall thing where he's outside of the demo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's the whole point. It's like a third-person demo kind of thing. It's like,
yeah. No, that's cool.
It keeps the demo looking like widescreen and modern too, 16:9.
Yeah. No, that's neat.
So, with the palette shifting that Stevie mentioned there, and you said it's going to the music, is the program doing something to read the music, or did you have to kind of put the palette shifting sequence into play yourself, or program it in?
I'm actually taking, because when I do the 4-bit differentials, I've got a number of what should be added to the next. If you understand the concept of 4-bit differentials,
which everyone should.
I'll try to explain it.
Doesn't everybody know that?
I mean, well, actually.
I tried. Look, I even took off my glasses so I don't look so nerdy.
Well, I understand it now. Thanks for doing that.
Yeah. Okay. I can hear you better now that you've taken off your glasses too. So.
Well, thank you very much, Stevie. I love you.
I can't hear a thing without my glasses.
So, Simon, how much more are you going to be able to add? I mean, we have a lot of space on the disc left.
There's plenty of space left on the disc. I'm only using literally using track 34 for the DOS, and I'm using the first 13 tracks for the part you have now. So literally, I've got over half a disc left.
So Simon, the 4-bit 4-bit sound there, that's like Microsoft ADPCM sort of.
It is. It's my take on ADPCM. It's my take on ADPCM. What I'm actually doing is, if you look at a waveform, and it works better. It works better with higher frequency samples, because your waveform is not going to vary. If you look at a waveform, just take a sinus or something like that, yeah? For every single sample, which is a point in time, it's only a point in time, it's not going to vary very much from one to the next. And the faster the sample rate, it's going to vary less and less and less.
It's kind of rude, isn't it?
No, it's all right. I'm fine. I'm fine. It's going to vary less and less and less. So I just chose 11.5 kilohertz, 11,025 hertz. Get a decent quality. I mean, given Nyquist, you're only going to get about half of that rate. So it's about
5 kilohertz. Yeah, 5.5.
Yeah, 5.5 kilohertz.
Yep.
Which is the actual frequency you can hear. Because if you want to go higher than that, you're going to be eating all your CPU. You're not going to be able to do anything at all.
Yeah, yeah.
So, but the 4-bit differentials, you basically just take a sample. You take a sample and you analyze the sample and you say, okay, from one value to the next value, what's the difference between it? Right? So it might go, oh, it's only 1. Oh, no, that might be 5. That might be 7. That might be 9. Okay? And to have it in 4 bits, you need to have -8 plus 7 given 2's complement. Yeah?
Everybody write that down. -7 plus 8.
-8
-8. Okay, -8 plus 7.
Everyone take out their scientific calculators.
My slide rule's better.
Fine. I understand the message. Just leave it where it is.
Take out your number 2 pencils.
No. Fine. I was just going to try and explain it simply, and it didn't work. So let's just leave it.
So your numbers basically determining the how quickly the voltage changes in a specific amount of time.
Basically, you're taking one sample, you're saying, okay, that was +4, so right, I'm just going to add 4 to the values in the DUC already.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
rather than doing the raw where you have to send an 8-bit or 6-bit number in our case, for every single sample.
Exactly.
Because a real wave doesn't jump all the way up and down the entire scale, or very rarely unless you want white noise.
You're halving the footprint of the sample by using a 4-bit differential. So if you had a sample that was 8K, it would become 4K because you just use differentials to do it.
That makes sense.
So this is kind of like video where you have a keyframe and then you do difference.
Exactly.
Yeah, similarly.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, are you using just like literally -8 to +7, or do you have it as a scaled thing like I think ADPCM does? But mind you, that might be 16-bit.
That would be my take on ADPCM. That would be my take on ADPCM, because normally ADPCM would use a table of, okay, this is -8 or this is +7, so I better add 15. And I'm just saying, okay, fine. Instead of doing that, I will add subsequent samples till I get to the correct value. So, but you're not hearing the lag. It's like if you needed to add 16 to the previous sample, you would add 7 to get to 14, then you add 2.
Yeah, I mean, it makes more sense too, because the CoCo only has a 6-bit DAC, so you don't really need to have all the scaling. Like ADPCM is working with 16 bits, so you might have to jump 150 type things. So they scale it. So like +1 is +1, +2 is +2, +3 is really +4, +4 is really +8, etc.
Yeah, but I did that the other way. I said, okay, fine. The DAC is the upper 6 bits, yeah. But to do that, to be able to actually add to the upper 6 bits would fall outside the parameters of 4 bits. Of the width. So I said, okay, keep the sample to the lower 6 bits, because then the differentials are smaller. And when you output it to the DAC, just shift it left twice.
Yeah.
Well, I learned all my mathematics from Schoolhouse Rock and the Beatles. I always remembered that 1 and 1 and 1 is 3.
Got to be good looking.
Got to be good looking because it's so hard to see. Oh yeah, come together now.
Come together right now.
And I also know that a noun is a person, place, or thing, and conjunction, junction. So, cool,
yes,
cool.
There's lots of funky things going on that most average spuds won't see or won't get.
How about I run it one more time? We'll take it from the top. This time with feeling. Is there a way to exit out of the emulator?
F3.
In MAME?
F3.
All right, so we're gonna try that.
Or Shift F3.
Shift F3. I'm waiting for my MAME to come back. All right, All right, let me unmute the MAME sound because really once it's playing, you just appreciate the fact it's playing. But part of the brilliance of this is how quickly it loads and how all you hear is a couple ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunks when the disc first starts grinding. Let's see if MAME remembered what disc I have in here.
Well, how about that directory?
Yes,
pretty cool.
And look at that bomb. That directory is the bomb, yo. Right?
Yeah.
So we're going to go ahead and we're going to type in DOS and pay attention because you're going to hear a quick chunk, chunk, chunk. And that was loading the 2.6K of information that gets this party started. Look at that.
That's really quick.
That is super quick. And there's the Rona. So make sure you're wearing a mask.
We can't see the mask.
Yeah, you hear that quick chuck, 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 chuck. That was the loading of 64K worth of samples. And then we just got the boom, boom, boom. The music itself and the demo are obviously impressive, but what's real easy to take for granted is how quickly that loaded. That's part of the magic of this too, is that chuck, 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 and boom, 64K is running, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Don't be scared, everybody. It's just the flu. Nothing to worry about here. Move along. All right.
Hey, just a quick question for you, if I have got time there, Simon.
Yeah.
Are you doing any anti-aliasing? Are you doing that in software, I guess, if you are doing it, or because of the Nyquist coming so low in the frequency spectrum? Or is it not need?
The samples themselves are 11.025, yeah?
So you've already prepared the samples, done all the anti-aliasing there.
They're 11.025, and what I did was actually, I actually took Audacity, and I would say, okay, fine, you might have something that's out of range here, so let's apply a low pass filter to it.
Anti-aliasing, yeah.
So you're getting what you actually need. So, I mean, for anyone to say this wouldn't be possible back in the day, you'd be lying, but it'd be a lot harder than it is today without cross-dev.
Right, all the tools.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But it could have been done.
So you've basically prepared the sample first so you don't have to anti-alias when you're playing it back.
Exactly, and that's why I'm getting 64 cycles per sample. And
that would be using a lot more CPU overhead if you had to do that in real time.
That is decrunching, but that's decrunching the nibbles as well. It's taking, but then the IRQ, to decrunch the nibbles, the IRQ will actually take two paths. So first, you take one value, the 8-bit value, because you've got two 4-bit differentials on each side. You say, okay, this IRQ plays that sample, and this IRQ will actually change the address of the IRQ, so this IRQ will be played next. So the IRQ is feeding itself and changing two different IRQs between themselves and stuff like that to be able to do this in like 64 cycles.
That's really clever.
So this is mathematical art.
No, it's madness.
That is absolutely anything coming from Simon is madness. Yes. Now, is there any self-modification taking place during any of this, Simon?
Any self-modification? I think it's all self-modification.
Simon is the master of self-modifying code.
Okay.
He had me test it out on a couple of my machines here, so I had one on the emulator, one on the real machine playing at the same time, and I recorded it and sent it to him. He goes, "You're going to go mad."
Hey, Ron, can you do me a favor? Can you repeat that whole last line as Ronnie Chong? I've missed Ronnie Chong. You say, he had me playing on one of my machines, man.
Yeah, man. I have to get into it, so it's like call me back in another hour, please.
Okay.
All right. Ron's not here, man.
People won't go heaven. Nobody wanna dead, man.
Is anyone really ever here?
That's very cool, Simon. Thanks for sharing that with us. It looks amazing, it sounds amazing, and it loads wicked fast.
Wicked.
Wicked.
as Ali G would say, wicked.
Yeah. And just remember, you've got the nibble, you've got the nibble, you've got the IRQ, you've got the IRQ, and then you do this, and hey, Macarena. All right, so nibble, nibble, IRQ, hey, Macarena. All right, is everybody working on nibble, nibble, FRQ, FRQ, Macarena? It's all good.
You're on your own, Stevie. All I can think when I think of nibble, all I can think is I want some of those like goldfish crackers.
Oh man, my head hurts.
I was thinking of nibble it just a little.
Thanks for the explanation about self-modifying too, because I always thought that meant like tattoos and stuff. So.
We're gonna have a commercial soon, man.
I think Ron needs a potty break. So Ron, why don't you go ahead and take a potty break? We got
gotta go, man.
All right.
Ankle time, man.
Ronnie Chong needs to do that.
Go, man.
All right. So real quick.
Hit, man.
All right. So we're gonna take a brief break because coming up after this is Rick Adams, and in honor of Rick Adams, we're gonna celebrate the greatest video game that became the greatest song that became the greatest music video. So enjoy Nightmare Highway, the music video, while Ronnie goes tinkle.
Right.
Got some time to kill, might play a little Zaxxon. Might double back to play a little Temple of Rum. Dungeons of Daggeroth, color baseball.
Rick, we should have negotiated a royalty
None
deal
can
on
hold
this.
candle to the greatest of them all, Nightmare Highway.
I think if you did that, I think you'd have to pay Stevie every time he played it.
I think you guys are coming out over this, just so you know, but that's okay.
Sure, I love my Sailor Man and Firefall. Go on a rampage for some super pitfall. Shanghai me into a game of rogue or demon attack. But sooner or later, you know I've got to come back. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. It's got a road, and it's got a car. Dodge the furniture, and you'll be a pop star.
Okay.
Well, okay, maybe I just stick to the facts. To tell this truth, this game really ain't all that. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. I used to bow down to the Donkey King. Grabber and Cashman used to be my thing. Megabug, Buzzard Bait, Sea Dragon 2. But none of those can satisfy me much as you do. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway.
Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway.
No sound on the stream.
Okay, that's because I had muted it during the song, and I guess it stayed muted there. Sorry about that. We're back. We're back,
You didn't
everybody.
miss anything.
No, you didn't miss anything. All right, so we've got a guy who's multi-talented. Another special guest and special presentation coming up right now. Yeah, Ron.
I can't get that off of my face, man.
What is he talking about?
He's got a mouse on his face.
There's a mouse on my face,
your pointer's
man.
on his face, man.
There it goes.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. No one can probably see that but him.
No, that's okay. Well, I'm glad. Listen, Ron, we're here for you. We will just pause when you need to pee, and we'll just entertain whatever whimsical moment you need to share. All right.
So it's time to share then. Okay. All right.
As we were going to say
share about. I can't share.
There we go. There's the mute button. Okay. So. We got a special person here joining us now. His name is Rick Adams, legendary game designer Rick Adams. Welcome to the program, Rick.
Thank you. You're too kind. So thank you for doing the bomb threat GameON challenge in my absence, because I had a family thing to attend. But we found some interesting things out during that. Somebody was actually crazy enough to go way into like this, to drive the score into the millions, which was Frodo NL.
Frodo, yeah.
Yep. And so he found some things, which is the level that you're on is supposed to roll over at 256, because it's, an 8-bit number. But it rolled over at 128 and it had a sign problem, and then everything went completely wacky after that. And it got, the difficulty would go completely through the ceiling, and it got to the point where the game would lock up. So he found that, and then the score was supposed to roll at 999,999, and he found that it rolled at 655,350. For reasons that you can probably figure out if you think about for a little bit. So anyway, I fixed those two bugs, I believe. And now I'm working on combining, I used to have two executable files, bomb A and bomb .bin. And those were for, bomb A was for if you needed artifacting, and bomb.bin is if you didn't need artifacting. So now I'm trying to combine all of them into the same file. So you got one size fits all. So I'm hoping that it'll handle CoCo 1, 2, 3, composite, RGB, PAL, artifacting, no artifacting. I'm trying to combine them all together.
RS23. Oh, wait a minute. Whoops.
TTL.
I'm working on that right now. And then I've got two other things to talk about. One of them in conjunction with David O'Connor. But anyway, so bomb threat, somebody ordered, the company that I use to make the CDs for bomb threat that I'm selling online, they used to ship internationally, and now they don't. I think it has something to do with COVID or some other benighted thing. But somehow in between when they did ship internationally and when they didn't, somebody in Australia was able to make an order which then couldn't be completed. So it's like, well, what are you going to do? So it's like, well, I'm just going to ship it off to Australia myself. So I grabbed a CD. The only CD that I could find that wasn't packed away was, I had signed it on the outside for sending it to, I was going to take it to CoCo Fest. Well, that obviously didn't work out. So I took it down to my favorite shipping company, and I know the owner, so I come in and I do my best Australian accent, which is not very good. Oh, crikey, John, I've got to send this off to Australia, And so he said, okay, so we're shipping it off to Australia, and how much shall I, the amount for the insurance, how much should I put for the amount for the insurance? Oh, it's worth about $20. And he says, well, how much would it be if it wasn't signed? And I said, oh, probably $22. So I sent that off. And so another thing that I sent off to David O'Connor is, David, maybe you put him up instead of me. because he has a tape to show you that I sent to him. I found it among my effects, very, very old Temple of Rom tape.
Right there.
And so this is a tape that I sent to one of my friends when it was in beta testing. So we were all excited. So it's like, wow, what is on that tape? You know, it's probably an early version before some bugs were fixed. Wouldn't it be fun to read that off and compare what's on that tape with the commercial, you know, what's on the commercial cartridge today? So I sent it off to him, and he made a big show of setting up all kinds of settings and figuring out the right equalization and all kinds of audio things that I completely do not understand, but he does. And David, shall you tell them what we found?
Well, little technical thing just first, just a little quick thing. You'll notice on the bottom there's no head pad on that tape. So it can't be played in a normal deck. The head pad's disappeared, but my high-end Nakamichi decks don't require the head pad. They've got a head lifter, so it'll play in that. So I thought, great, I can play the tape. I'm not limited by anything there. I'll plug the Nakamichi into the CoCo, and I'll load up Temple of Rom, and we'll have a look and see what we've got. And so I hit the play button on the Nakamichi, and I was waiting for the brr beep brr noise, and instead I was greeted with a rather interesting recording from vinyl of Joy to the World by Three Dog Night. So I'm expecting Temple of the Wrong when I've got Joy to the Fishes in the Deep Blues. I'm thinking, that's not Temple of Rom.
Yeah. So I learned two things right away, which number one, Jeremiah was a bullfrog. And number two, the collector's value of that tape plummeted dramatically.
It depends. If you're a Three Dog Night fan, maybe not.
Rick, I have a quick question for you. Did you send this on April Fool's Day, perchance?
No. Probably on the reverse side was a friend of mine verbally
graphics.
That's what's written on the reverse side.
Well, yeah, well, that's not what was on it. What was on it was a friend of mine who's a college professor reciting a quiz for one of his classes. And he is one of my friends. He was in sort of in the carpool buddies with me, along with Dale Lear back in the day. So he was one of my beta testers. So obviously I must have sent him the tape. He used it, and then he reused it for some other purpose, and then he gave it back to me. So that's probably how that got on there.
I ended up actually playing the whole, just in case. I thought, well, maybe Temple of Rom's after that or something. Maybe it's on a different spot on the tape. Maybe it's on the other side or something. So it's a 30-minute tape, so it's 15 minutes each side. So I literally played both sides all the way through and listened to the whole tape all the way through. And unfortunately, not a single computer program on it. So,
so that's all we've got, really.
Did you by any chance try playing it backwards? Number 9. Number
yet.
9.
Rick, is there any way I could subscribe to a music cassette thing with you?
Yeah, you get 6 for 99 cents, and you only have to buy 6 more in the next 6 years at $600 per tape. So,
but wait, now how much would you pay? Welcome to the Columbia Tape Club.
I life CoCo music series.
Order now, and you'll start off your collection with Three Dog Night's Joy to the World. Each month, you'll get a new surprise tape in the mail with a song that hopefully
will be signed. For an additional $5, it will not be signed.
Oh my!
So that was kind of a disappointment.
There's another question I might add. Is it possible with your Nakamichi or whatever you call it that you could ride the tape through and lift it up and down and get fragments of what might have been?
Unfortunately, the way tape physics work is when you record something over the tape, it's basically tape particles are ground up rust. That's basically what a normal tape is. And every tiny little particle piece of that is a programmable magnet. and you program it with the heads, putting a current through it, and it'll magnetize certain parts of the tape. So when you magnetize something and then you go back and you record over it, the erase head demagnetizes everything that's on the tape, and then the record head then goes and completely reprograms all those little rust particles. So unfortunately, once you've put an erase current through it and put something new on it, you actually have no imprint whatsoever. On a good deck, you've got no imprint whatsoever of what was on it previously.
So your answer, no.
So it's not like with sometimes like on a hard drive, if you delete a file, you can get it back because they can find some of the data. On a tape, there's no ghost image that's can faintly underneath there that you can try to resurrect. Then
it depends. If it's on some decks, if the erase current isn't high enough, you can be left with an imprint of what's on there before. But the other thing with tapes versus hard disks is hard disks are random access devices. So if you write something onto it,
it's not linear access, right?
Yeah, exactly. Whereas a tape is linear.
Yeah.
So if you write over something, you've written over the whole lot of it.
Yeah.
So on a hard drive, you're erasing a specific track, and maybe you can read the edges of that track with a special deal. But on a tape, the erase head just blasts everything away. And
yep.
With extreme prejudice.
I think if you're the NSA, you might be able to pull it off, but they probably have a bigger budget than we have.
Yeah, there's probably, if you realign the heads and you put it right to the edge of the tape and had some fancy, differential electronics or something like that, you could probably do it. But unfortunately, my setup, as sophisticated as it is, it isn't anywhere near that sophisticated.
That's not a civilian grade option, most likely. Right.
So this would be a definite no.
Sounds like something I saw in Mission Impossible one time.
Well, remember, a lot of tape decks, they took a physical permanent magnet and shoved it against the tape to erase it, and there ain't no getting back from that.
Well, a lot of the cheap ones did that, yeah, and they made a horrible, low-level hiss on the tape as a result.
Right. And as Retro Innovations is pointing out, is on a disc, it doesn't actually physically or mechanically, magnetically erase it. It just marks it as being deleted. It doesn't.
Yeah, it just marks the bit allocation table or the
David, since we're talking about tapes and so on, has it always been Mylar that the tapes were made from, or now do they use something different? Or
different companies have used different variations on the binders and the backing. Ampex famously now, their Ampex 456 is what we used in the studio back in the day, and there's a problem with the binder and the backing material now where moisture gets into it, and it causes what's called sticky shed syndrome. So if you play one of those tapes, it'll gum up your heads and make a horrible loud squeal and then jam up the whole mechanism and stop.
I had that once. My doctor prescribed a new shampoo and it cleared it right up. So
electrical alcohol will fix that.
Yeah.
Yeah, just bake the tapes.
Bake the tapes.
Yeah. That's literally what you do to fix the 456.
Right. I've heard of that before.
Yeah.
You put it in an oven for 8 hours at 50 degrees Celsius, and it'll give you the opportunity to play the tape again, probably once or twice, enough to archive it and get all the information off it. So it can be done.
And you freeze hard drives.
Simon, you were trying to say something there.
Yeah, we're gonna say something, Simon.
Yeah, on a floppy or a hard disk, right? You've got a fact table. And the fact table is literally the first sector, and every single, at least on a PC, every single subsequent sector will have a pointer to the next sector. And what you do when you say, okay, Dell, this, that, and the other, you literally just overwrite the fact table, so you can actually recreate the chain of what would have been there. So
as long as you haven't actually overwritten the data itself.
Right.
Yeah, well, I mean, of course, hard drives on PCs and diskettes on PCs, you will of course overwrite stuff here and there, but you can recreate a lot of stuff. Because it just marks the fact as okay, that's deleted. I don't want that anymore. But the actual file itself is still there.
Would David Ladd agree with that?
It's basically at the end of the day that the FAT is the file allocation table is equivalent of a book with a
table of contents.
Table of contents. So you're changing the table of contents, but the book has still got all the original material until you actually go and rip the pages out and put new pages in it.
Exactly.
In
So
fact,
you've ripped out. Okay, this is chapter 7. You ripped that out, so you can't see it on the table of contents, but it might still be on the disc.
in fact, there was a 68K OS SK DOS, Peter Stark, that had no fat table. Each sector was a linked list. So the directory linked to the first sector of each file, which linked to the next sector of each file. So you couldn't determine how much free space you had. And other great features, but
now how much would you pay? But wait, there's more. It's also highly unreliable. It also spontaneously combusts.
So the upshot of all of this is that all of the existing versions of Bomb Threat that are out there today, if you get to level 128, very strange things will start happening to you. So, but I'm working on a new version that won't have those.
So while we're on that subject, Rick, I know in the past you and the CD service is a good service, but would you consider using some type of digital distribution? Because I know Paul Thayer just did one that Rob Inman suggested, itch.io, which is a website where people can buy it online and it'll send it out. Would you consider something like that?
I already have considered it. I've set it up, and it's actually live right now.
Okay.
But I don't have the link, off the top of my head.
Okay. Now, for those, and I'm just going to say, use myself as example, as I have purchased 2 cartridges, and apparently I have the original kill screen one, and I have the new one with the previously undiscovered bug. Would I be able to request a digital unbugged version from you to play? Not that I'll ever make it to level 128 or 1 trillion score, but for people who bought a cartridge, could they reach out to you and say, hey, could we get a digital patch or something?
Well, what is out there now is what's already been released, so it still has the bug in it.
Yeah.
Soon, I will put a new version out there on the digital download that has the bugs fixed, and I've sort of struggled with how to handle the fact that a lot of people out there have bought it already.
Mm-hmm.
So what I've done is I've done it as a free download with a suggested donation of $15.
Okay.
So the idea being that, you don't have to do anything special to get a free download if you already bought it.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want to send me $15, I am not going to stop you from doing that. So that's not perfect, but it sort of handles the problem.
So you're kind of expecting people that have not ever purchased Bomb Threat before to pay the $15 as a voluntary thing, and if you already have purchased the cartridge, this is kind of the fixed version. Yeah.
Right.
All right. The other option is somebody could just if somebody bought a cartridge, they could just take a picture of it and email it to you, saying here's my cartridge, and you could just email them back a zip file.
Right. Right.
I'd also like to point out I'll make the option available for anyone to send me $15 for no good reason. Or more.
There's an app for
Bomb Threat is a good reason to send Rick $15.
Absolutely.
It is a fun game, and I have my copy here, and I enjoy the heck out of it.
Yes.
I totally agree with that.
Oh yeah.
And if you bought a cartridge or you bought a CD, and you go to the nice thing about the digital download is I can do bug fixes and send them up, and then you can get a bug fix.
You get the latest release at any given time.
Which is awesome.
Yeah.
And if you already bought and on one of the other medium, I have no problems at all with you going and getting it for free from, itch.io.
Right. Very cool. Very cool. Well, it's all coming together. Yep. Because I couldn't help but think, because of the inability for shipping and stuff like that, if you had a digital option a couple weeks ago when we were playing Bomb Threat, we probably could have gotten a few more sales for you too. If people had that option to grab a copy. So there was.
Yep, I was just a little late jumping on it like that.
Yeah. But
I should mention, Frodo just posted in the chat too the link to the itch.io.
Okay, Rick Adams.
Oh, thank you.
rickadams.itch.io/bomb-threat.
Yep.
There's going to be a quiz, so make sure you write that down.
Thank you. You're too kind.
You are too kind. Oh my! All right. Well, how about we do this, boys and girls? By the way, it's nice being back in this chair, hosting this show with you guys. You guys are my guys. You're my tribe. You're my people. And it's been great having some time off, because I actually took 1 week I took off because Rob volunteered to stream. So it was nice for me just to have a rest and relaxation day. I was still watching the show, cleaning my office, but there were days I had to work. So I want to thank everybody, as I did last week, for coming together, keeping the show going, and just continuing to keep the quality and the enthusiasm and all that good stuff. It's great. And honestly, I was a little rusty getting things going today because I haven't streamed in a couple of weeks, and if you don't use it, you lose it, right? So it's good to be back in the chair and running the show. And on that note, we're going to take a commercial break, and we are going to do, since David Ladd is here, we're going to do a little Floppy Life commercial break for David Ladd, and when we come back, we will be beginning the GameON challenge with the brand new CoCo Thoughts from Samuel Gimes and the high score results and you name it. And later in the program, Nick Marentes' new game, the world premiere of that, will be coming up too. Crikey. Lots in store for you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after these words.
And now these messages.
Hello, I'm David Ladd. Thank you for watching CoCoTALK, the world's leading live CoCoTALK show.
Good day. This is Nick Marionettes. Crikey. After you buy Gun Stah...
Stop right there.
Okay, fine. After you bought Gun Stah, go ahead and buy your copy of the Coco Fest edition of
Nightmare Highway. Nightmare Highway.
It's a quarter of the quality at half the cost.
ESP 8266-01 RS232 TTL Wi-Fi network, 4-pin DIN, Bitbanger, DB9, PC IP, DriveWire.
This portion of CoCoTALK brought to you by Placeblex Dietary Supplement. Placeblex, thought to help you with your floppy life.
In a world where hard drives rule and floppies are superfluous, one man, one legend, one old fart dared to learn the floppy and took the brunt of jokes. Then all hard drives and SSDs died, but the floppy survived. And the only man who knew floppies became a legend once more. Floppy Life, the David Ladd story. This summer, straight to YouTube.
8-slot MPI, floppy drive, CoCo SDC, Sound Speech Pack, Orchestra 90, RS232 pack, modem pack, Super IDE. You start adding all those together if you want them all usable at the same time. Well, guess what? You just went over the 4-slot MPI.
David Ladd. Oh, I'm much happier breaking stuff.
And now, CoCo Thoughts by Samuel Gimes.
Here we go, let's play Speed Racer, we'll be demons on wheels. We'll take the pole position and go past all the cars now. The wheels are turning, but the car can still drive. I just exploded, but somehow I'm still alive. I finished a lap in first place and I'm back in last again. The DAC sound in Speed Racer doesn't help it through. Play Speed Racer, play Speed Racer, play Speed Racer, play! I'm often swearing as I slide my car around the track. I'm jamming up the joystick and I think that it might crack. Frustration's waiting just ahead! Play Speed Racer, play Speed Racer, play Speed Racer, play!
Oh my goodness.
They keep getting better.
The talent is just overflowing.
Has Samuel Gymes outdone himself just when you think he can't get any more Gymesier? Let's go to the Simon Cowell of the panel. Ron Delvaux, how did that song make you feel?
Don't poke the bear.
Here,
that better?
Would you like a gas can there, Stevie? I'll fill it up for you.
Yeah.
And then I might add.
Okay. All right. Well, there we go. So that was Samuel Gymes' CoCo Thoughts of the Week. Do you know what time it is, boys and girls? It's time for...
I feel the need for speed.
All right, and welcome to the GameON results for this week, where we played Speed Racer with 19 people. Mark Bosley, 12,840. Cat Lord, 27,620. R. Ellen Murphy, 40,160. Cargo, 61,280. David Ladd, 82,360. Adam Tandy Dragon Guy, 87,100. Candy Color Computer 3, 137,800. David O'Connor, 208,750. Joshua, 211,150. Jim Rye, 293,360. Mr. Dave, 295,840. Canadian Retro Things, 306,380. OG's TV Store with 319,350. Tom C with 331,440. Frodo with 336,270. Me with 336,870. David Croker, 372,440. Buck Owens, 374,690. And the number one score this week was Tasman with 377,230. Those were the combined scores for all four tracks for the most part. And thank you very much to everybody who took part.
All right.
Game on! Yeah, game on!
All right. So Speed Racer was the game this week. And once again, Nick Marotta, I'm just going to say, I kind of felt like you phoned that one in. Could you put a little more enthusiasm into the delivery there? Is that asking too much? I don't know.
Dude, I did this at 11:30 last night.
I think
Not
really,
everybody
Nick,
can be me, Stevie.
So let me ask, Nick, were you not excited about doing that video for us?
Very excited. I just trying to pull it all together at the end there. Can you see my screen?
We can see your screen.
Excited.
Okay.
Now, are you gonna start giving us a total of all the scores added together? That would seem very useful.
Like that?
Look at this. Now we're going to get
everyone's take everyone's 4-track scores, and then add all the final scores together from everyone, and just see what kind of number you come up with.
I would
national debt for all the players was like
the
3
combined
billion?
score. The combined score index.
I'd like a few charts
right.
and graphs, if at all possible.
Thanks for throwing me off there, CoCo. I appreciate it.
That's glad to help.
And then divided by the number of players to get an average score.
So
anyway, and then do a 4-bit approximation of it. Sorry.
Differential equations.
Yep.
Can everybody shut the F up and let Nick talk, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyway, here is the combined. Here's a breakdown for all the tracks and all the scores. I will put this on the Discord channel for further perusal. But here's how all the tracks broke up, and we had 13 people actually do all 4 tracks, because last week I announced we were only going to do track 2, but it ended up that I didn't know at the time that there were only 5 laps and people were finishing the game really fast, so I wanted to flesh it out a bit more. So we ended up doing all 4 tracks and adding the totals together.
And didn't we have some people that actually broke the 100,000?
Yeah, we're gonna get there.
Okay, because I don't see any on the chart there, so I was wondering.
No, people. Well, they decided not to record anything over 100,000 because they were not 100% sure at the time. So,
okay.
Rainbow Review, surprised they liked it. I like where it said the scenery was distracting and beautiful.
It is as distracting as it is beautiful, ranging from... Why would it be distracting?
It's beautifully distracting.
Beautifully distracting, huh?
Oh, you know, back in the 80s, we weren't used to all these high-res graphics and stuff, right? So that just was like, if they found that distracting, I could.
Well,
just
I can relate, Nick, because you are so beautiful. You are distracting sometimes. It's hard for me to concentrate. So I get it.
How can I go on with that? My heart's all aflutter.
You're so dreamy.
I feel something tingly inside.
Kind of like when I climbed the rope in gym class.
Take these.
It might just be gas, Nick, just to let you know.
Take these rainbow scores with a grain of salt. This is what's been recorded anyway. I'm thinking the 107 might be possible because even though it wasn't recorded, I think it was Buck Owens that got over 100. So anyway, it is possible to get near 107 probably. These other ones are highly suspect, but anyway. So yes, as
I like that town, Longwood.
As Curtis was alluding to, the apparently now we not only play the games, we also break them. We have a dedicated team of game busters, and they did their job again this week. So this footage comes courtesy of Buck Owens, and I'm just gonna go ahead and play it. You can watch his score at the bottom there.
By the way, that Commodore monitor, fantastic monitor, incredible monitor, amazing picture.
And here we go. It's gonna loop over because it doesn't know how to handle 100,000.
Okay.
Think how much better it would be if you played the MC10 on that monitor.
And then I believe in the high score list will be listed as 1,030. So basically, they didn't account for the breaking 100,000. So I don't know if they didn't think it was possible. I mean, the game was already limited to 5 laps as it was. So it sounds like they were, not expecting people to break 100,000. So
Frodo's pointing out in the chat here. Actually, Taz was the first one to break the 100K, and then Buck did it as well.
Yes.
So we had a couple players actually break the 100,000.
Yes.
Now, so you're saying when you get to 100,000, it breaks the scoreboard, like the score doesn't wrap or something, or?
Well, it does. Did you see it goes back to 90 because it doesn't draw the 10 for the 100,000, so it goes back to 91,000, but then it also records it improperly on the high scoreboard. It records it as 1,030.
Oh wow, that's just weird.
So yeah, they totally were not expecting people to break 100,000 in this game.
Okay.
I got to 95,000 on track 1 on probably my second or third go. So I could see
Buck Owens was taking umbrage with the fact that you could crash and get a higher score than if you had a perfect race. And
wow.
If I remember correctly, the speed you're driving is also contributory to your score. So if you're flooring it the whole time, didn't you get more score than if you have to like back off to pass somebody?
You do, but you'd think a crash would be such a huge penalty because you're starting
right because you got to start over.
It takes forever to get back to top speed. So you'd think that would overcompensate any, but apparently it doesn't.
It bothers me. There's no furniture in this one.
So
one thing I found, if you want to be getting, as you were saying, Curtis, with the scores and the speed, I found that if you drove right on the center line and you just drove flat out, you could almost get away with not steering except when you got to the corners. You could, if you're right in the middle, you could drive right between cars on either side and not hit any of them.
That's what Buck was doing, at least for the first couple tracks. He's right in the center line and just nudging left and right to.
Yep.
And again, Tazman may be doing that too. They were all working on different strategies. It's actually pretty cool. They were breaking the game and looking for different strategies, and they do a lot of analysis on the games, which I thought was.
Yeah, and what was the? I remember saw some chatter about how the scoring was maybe different from XRoar versus a different emulator.
No, that was the initial when the score was weird because of the rollover. So the thought was because it was on XRoar, maybe.
So it wasn't the emulator itself; it was just the game, not being able to handle the 4-bit differential and the IRQ shifting of the whole thing there. So okay.
Yeah.
But if you watch the score as he's accelerating, you can see the score definitely starts speeding up, going upwards as your speed goes up. So at a certain point, it probably is outdoing a crash.
This is courtesy of Marin Lee, just for gameplay while we're talking.
Yeah.
And Stevie, I can't remember. Were you able to attend Stephen Hirsch when he did his little?
No, I
spiel
didn't.
on
No,
ratings?
and that's probably something worth mentioning. So last year at CoCo Fest, Stephen Hirsch, the author of this game, was the keynote speaker, and he was the first person to speak Saturday morning at CoCo Fest, and I completely missed it. And it was a combination for me, anyways. I'm not sure if anybody else missed it besides me, but I was completely obsessed with trying to get my Tandy 1000 working because I had never seen it before, and I wanted to get my game loaded on it, and so I was just hyper focused, hyper obsessed. And quite frankly, I don't recall hearing very clearly the announcement saying, by the way, in the next room, our keynote speaker. It was probably said, and I just wasn't paying attention, but I completely missed it. And I don't think I'm alone. I think there are other people too saying I didn't know or I didn't catch it. So I don't know.
Watched it.
Did you? Ron,
I missed it.
Do you know
Any
if
tidbits, Ron?
No. Gone.
Because I heard, for example,
I remember some.
Gone.
He hand assembled it apparently. Like he
didn't have an assembler. He actually figured all this out on paper, including branches and everything else too, which is a little bit complicated. And he actually entered the whole thing in by basically writing a little quick program that poked it all in.
Wow.
Far out.
So no assembler involved whatsoever. And he also was talking about he was using some fairly complicated, math, sine, cosine to get the curves to work properly, which he was quite proud of.
Okay. So you saw the presentation?
If you've ever played Grand Prix Challenge, you've seen how badly it does it.
Did you see the presentation?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Do you know if anybody recorded that at all? Do you know if there was any recording going on?
I don't know if anybody did or not.
I was going to post. I should have posted that in general board. I was going to.
Yeah.
I took a couple of pictures.
Do you?
Somebody said something.
Do you know who would have recorded it?
Part of it. I believe it was recorded.
Do you know who it was?
I think so. Let me talk to Tony Pedraza, see if he can remember who did that. But I think.
Yeah, because I feel like an idiot for myself because he was hanging out at CoCo Fest and I didn't know it was him. He was just another guy off a name tag, and I'm not always really good at introducing myself or anything. So I saw the name, but I didn't put two and two together. And because I didn't see his presentation, I didn't know that was him. And if I had known it was him, I would have been totally kissing his ass and telling him how awesome his game was. But I feel so bad for not giving him all the due.
Don't worry. When he was finished, everybody went up to him and congratulated him on a great job he did.
Oh, that's cool. I would have
even had his kids helping with the presentation too.
Yeah, no, that's
his whole
cool.
family was there.
He had a shirt on, didn't he? He had a shirt with the.
Yeah, he wasn't bare chested, Ron. No.
Yeah.
I think everyone was wearing shirts, if I remember correctly.
No, he had this game on the shirt.
Oh, okay. But so I feel horrible that I miss it because I would have loved to have seen that presentation, and I'm hoping it was recorded. And not long after that CoCo Fest, I know there was a handful of emails going back and forth where I think Tony Pedraza was trying to reach out to him to see if we can get him to come on CoCoTALK, and I don't think anything happened at the time. And I was going to try to see if I could reach him this week again to find that old email, but I was so busy I didn't have time to. It would have been kind of cool if we could have grabbed him last minute to talk about the game for the results. But
he had a slideshow and he showed a lot of his notes for this game.
God, I want to see that presentation so bad.
Hopefully we can find it.
Yeah. And
this was one of the top tier games in the.
Yeah, no, it really. So the game itself is amazing, but there are, because I was playing it last night, and then when you play it without sound, all you notice is that there's the jerkiness to it, and that just has to do with how the CoCo has to do so many things per frames per cycle, and then trying to squeeze in a sound generation in between there. But when you don't have the sound, you notice the choppiness a little bit more in the silence, I think. But now the game is really, really cool. I enjoyed it. I managed to finally play, each track last night, and I found that track 4 is a real bitch, man.
Same. Yeah, track 4 is the one I couldn't finish.
Yeah,
the ones I finished. But
same.
not track 4.
Yeah, I could get.
I got to 10 miles, but
I could get to the last round, and then I would never, because I guess you would think the more you do it, the better you do. But I kept screwing up the further along I went, and I always crashed too many times in that last lap, and just never pass enough cars before you reach the finish line.
Did you guys notice if you drive on the shoulder too long?
The guy come out and change your tires.
Kind of flings them on anyway. Flings them onto your car.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny.
Curtis, do you remember him talking about him getting accolades from other, like, I don't know if it was Commodore or something else, that because of some of the things he did with the screen or the scrolling or whatever.
Faintly, I mean, that part I don't specifically remember too much about, but I do remember him kind of mentioning
Now that Rainbow Magazine mentions it, I do find that scenery highly distracting. That is so distracting. It has nothing to do with the track at all. So I am so focused on right in front of my car. I honestly don't even pay attention to the scenery. I always say, "Oh, that's cool. That's cool that it changes," but it doesn't distract me because I'm focused on, an eighth of an inch in front of my front tires the whole time.
I've seen it recall. I did have the cars past thing. There's a little arrow there towards. Does anyone know what that arrow means? What's
That's when you officially pass enough to progress to the next 2 miles.
Oh, okay.
Right, You're talking about the little, that's the minimum cars you have to pass in order to be able to continue driving.
And this is one way. This is not quite pole position. It's kind of a combination of pole position and turbo, because turbo was based on it's a 3D racing car game from the arcade too, but it didn't have corners. You just went up down hills and through cities and stuff, but you had to pass so many cars within a certain time limit or a certain number of miles to get to the next part of the track. So it kind of combines the two games.
I seem to recall that during his presentation, he did this when he was in college. Does that sound familiar to everybody?
Yeah.
That he did this in college, and the biggest challenge he had was figuring out the math, as far as making it all work the way it was supposed to work or something. That's the two things I remember from his presentation.
Yeah, there's a perspective he had to take into account.
There's perspective, then there's the turning of the roads and the scaling of the cars as they get bigger and smaller.
And those beautiful backgrounds.
They're beautiful but
distracting.
Beautiful and distracting.
I think it's kind of interesting. This is the first time I've actually seen draw distance as a concept where, okay, we're going to pop it in here. And
yeah, no, it's cool. It's cool how you can kind of see the front tires turning, so it gives you that somewhat 3D perspective. And
as Samuel Guys pointed out, they're not actually revolving, but at least they turn left and right.
He's ice driving. He's sliding on ice. That's
Maybe it's like when you watch a car's wheels, it looks like they're going backwards because it's going so fast.
Yeah,
you just can't detect the tires spinning.
One thing I did find with, as far as controllers are concerned, the deluxe joysticks were really, really useful for one thing. I had mine on self-centering, go back to the middle, and the little trim controls underneath. My little tactic of sitting on the center line and just driving right down the middle requires that when you have the joystick in the middle, it's actually right exactly in the middle.
Oh, and that would be good.
If the trim was slightly out, you'd drift slightly to the left or slightly to the right, even when it was in the middle. So you could actually fine-tune the joystick control to have it keep you on the center line, and it worked really well.
See, I used the Black Beauties, but this is definitely an analog game.
Yes.
I thought to try the deluxe.
I tried the deluxe, and I tried the tip that Curtis had told me about years ago when we did our first interview, where he said he put the Y-axis on free and then had the X-axis on self-centering. But then I found I was fighting the spring too much to turn, and as soon as I made the whole deluxe joystick free, I found I could really hair trigger turn, and then I was screwing up a lot less by being completely free. Because sometimes those turns were really tough.
Richard Lorbieski would probably know this better than me, but when that thing hits a car, all those parts fly up. Those are it's definitely a Ford.
First on race day. So
found on Royal Driveways.
I have to say, out of all the 3D CoCo racing car games we have, and I don't believe we had a CoCo 3 specific one, I would rank this in the top 2 for sure. The only other one I think that's competitive with it is Pit Stop 2. And that's better if you've got 2 players simultaneously, because you have to do pit stops. You can run each other off the road and damage each other's car and stuff like that. So it's got that whole 2-player element. But as far as single-player games, this is my favorite. And that's compared with stuff like Desert Rider, which has some unique things on its own, or Grand Prix by Intricolor, which, I mean, from all the great games that Intricolor did, Grand Prix is the only one I'm not that happy with, because the turns are just like whiplash. It's just way too fast.
One.
it's terrible to drive that thing.
Did anybody ever make a third-party steering wheel type joystick?
I've actually got a Microsoft Sidewinder steering wheel with the pedals and everything that I've had here for years. I used to play Colin McRae Rally on the PC with it and loved it. And I actually planned on, because it's an analog controller and it's
Right.
got pots and everything in it, and I thought I can take this thing apart, rewire it all, and wire it to a standard CoCo joystick plug, and have a real steering wheel plugged into a real CoCo playing a real game. And
Nick,
but
didn't somebody post a
didn't get
picture of that in the chat?
There was some
too?
stuff in the GameON results. I was thinking about doing that with just through an emulator, because if it's a USB device and you plug it into your PC and do it in MAME, you don't have to desolder anything.
Don't have to modify things, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too, but I wanted to do it on a real CoCo. I still
Yeah.
will.
Yeah, that would be
I still
cool.
think I will do that. So
Yeah.
I just didn't get enough time to do it this week because I had a lot of other things to do. You know, I only had a week to get it organised, and I was more interested in playing the game. So
Absolutely.
But I will try that out and experiment with it and see how it goes.
Cool. Yeah, it's a fun game. It's a well-made game, and the fact that it was hand assembled is insane.
That's awesome. It blows my mind.
Insane in the membrane.
Hopefully, Brian, keep us posted if you can find even just audio for that matter. But if there was a recording of the actual, even his presentation, because it was a good one.
I remember a camera being up there and someone videotaping it. I can't remember.
And he might have even done it for himself for all that we know.
It's possible. I can't remember.
I'm gonna have to dig up that old email and respond to it and see if we can't reestablish contact. It's only been a year, and since we didn't have CoCo Fest. Cool.
Yeah, I'd love to get him on the show for an actual full-blown interview.
Absolutely. See that presentation. Selfishly, I'd like to see it because I missed it. I'm sure other people would too.
If you look at the Discord channel, you'll see there's a couple pictures from one from Buck Owens and one from David Croker showing their gaming rigs for this game using steering wheels and whatnot. So.
Oh, there was one in there that was like a full-on setup with a seat and everything, wasn't it? Was that real or was that CGI? It was like that was a real setup, was it?
I assume it was real.
It looked impressive.
Yeah, that looked like David Croker's setup.
It looked really impressive.
Yeah, it's real. Unlike Nick Marentes, high scores.
Is that real photoshopped?
So on the left is Buck Owens on the left and David Croker on the right.
Seriously, is that Buck Owens setup? That's not a Photoshop?
That's what he said.
Really?
It's pretty damn impressive.
Really? Well,
he says that was a joke.
Okay, I was gonna say
that. Was a joke? Yeah, I thought so.
Okay.
The one on the right that was legit, I think.
Yeah.
Although he didn't submit scores with that rig, he said he's not sure it improved his scores, which is fun.
I gotta say.
Yeah, that was on an emulator. That was an emulator. That was like you were saying, Stevie. I think it's using an emulator to do it, so you can run the USB.
Yeah, with the CoCo 3 enhanced in massive air quotes colors.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Buck says that the setup itself is real. It wasn't used for Speed Racer, but he said it's $36,000. So I mean, if you really want to win the Speed Racer challenge, and it's worth that much money to you, go for it.
Yeah, listen.
That would explain the scores he gets. I mean,
bragging rights. Yeah.
Well, of course he gets first or second place every week with a gaming rig like that.
This is like Ben VR Drake's level stuff going on here.
Slayer,
yeah.
So, yeah, we had it was a really great turnout. Thanks, guys, for changing with me to doing all 4 tracks. Like I said, the game is pretty short. It's only 5 laps. So let's flesh it out a little bit and make it a little more interesting.
So Buck Owens is saying he used the Tandy Deluxe with the springs on. Okay. So do you want to mention that you have created a new channel for that?
So starting this week, we're going to be we're moving channels. It's right above the old one, and it's called the GameON Challenge channel, I believe.
Yeah, we took a survey, and apparently there weren't enough channels in Discord, so we figured we'd add one in there.
Well, see, the thing is, the channel we were using was there before GameON Challenge started, and there are other screenshots people want to be able to post and stuff too. So I just wanted to separate out.
It makes it easier for Nick to keep track of, because we have had other, people who have been trying out other new games or whatever else and throwing them in there, so it's harder for Nick to go through.
Which is what I was doing last week. I didn't start playing Speed Racer till a couple of days ago, but I did play Rally SG on Sunday, and it was actually the first time I'd even played it. So I spent some time doing Rally SG, so I put a screenshot of that, and I played Digger 3, the Cabin Fever edition, and so I put a screenshot of that too, since I was doing some CoCo stuff.
So the new channel is pretty much the same stuff as the old. Your screenshots that are related to the game of the week for your score submissions. Any light discussion around the the game. I don't want to get it too big heavy threads, but what if you find a controller that works well, or a trick, or a tip, or a bug, or whatever. And,
Curtis.
Yep.
Was that when was that talk on Saturday or?
Yeah, it was first thing Saturday morning.
First one Saturday. The
okay, because I'm gonna post pictures of the guy talking. I got pictures of him somewhere.
Yeah.
Here.
Okay.
So.
Well, good job and congratulations, Taz, man, on your stellar score, and Buck Owens and David and everybody who played. Thanks for playing and thanks for being part of
people that found another Game Busters.
Yeah, it's neat. It's neat. One thing I do find is that when you spend quality time with a game and you spend a whole week playing a game, you find that either you get a deeper appreciation for it that maybe you didn't have, or you might find out this game really sucks and I can't stand it, or you find some crazy nuances and bugs or glitches or Easter eggs or something. So when you focus on something for a while, you find new things. It's like a new light being shed on stuff. So it's kind of cool.
I got about 5 pictures you want me to share.
Of Steve, the author, yeah.
Yeah.
You want to stop sharing for a second, Nick?
Sure.
And then after that, and then will we be able to divulge the game of next week after we look at the pictures?
Yeah, I think I'll tell you.
Okay,
Maybe,
go ahead, Rondo.
It make it easier to take part if I tell you what it is.
If you don't tell anybody, then you're guaranteed to win.
Well, just don't tell Mr. Dave.
Hold on one second. Try it
Don't
again,
tell Mr. Dave what
Rondelvo.
the game is.
Okay.
Try it again.
All right.
Yeah, apparently Zoom keeps changing the security settings on stuff.
Okay, so
there we go. There he is.
Yeah, there he is.
Stephen Hirsch.
There he is.
Right.
Let me do preview full screen here. Hang on. There.
Yeah, there he is.
He had an arcade game. Oh, he was. I can't remember.
Maybe going over the history
you're
of.
talking about what was in the arcade game in the arcades at that time.
Okay.
It was in Hot Cocoa.
Did he do this tutorial? Was this his, or was he just mentioning that was maybe an inspiration for him?
I think he was just mentioning it, if I remember. He was talking about arcade ports to the CoCo.
Okay.
Yeah, this was that 6-part series that I want to look
3D graphics challenge. Edit machine language instruction takes multiple clock cycles. Add and subtract 8 bits takes 2 cycles. Load to and from memory 8 bits takes 4+ cycles. And to multiply 8 bits into 16 bits takes 11 cycles. And to divide via subtract/shift algorithm, 400 cycles approximate to divide?
Yeah, division's really slow.
That's where the 609 really comes in handy, because it doesn't like 35.
And here were the contemporary games, Turbo and Pole Position, right?
And he combined elements of both.
Yeah. Neat.
Yeah, this would be fantastic.
That's his. Okay, there's the Mitchtron shirt. Okay, so that's his son wearing the Mitchtron shirt.
Right.
Right. Neat. And Mitchtron was originally Computer Shack, right?
Correct.
Before they got the cease and desist from the evil Tandy Corporation.
I'm still blown away by the fact that he did everything without an assembler.
Oh, absolutely.
I think all of us, there was almost an audible gasp in the audience when he said that, to be honest.
Yeah. That is cool.
That's like literally programming in raw machine language. That's crazy stuff.
I remember Steve Bjork mentioned that the very first projects he did the same thing because he didn't have anything.
Right, like Audio Spectrum and Popcorn. I think he hand assembled those, which is also just.
But those are much smaller games. I mean, those.
But
are 4K.
still, just to imagine.
2K monsters.
Yeah.
I wrote a program without an assembler. All it did was reverse a P mode 4 screen to print T-shirts, and that was about the limits of my ability, and ended up being, I don't know, 30 lines. So yeah.
Neat. All right, Nick, are you
see the next week's
Yeah,
game?
do you need to share again because you're not sharing? Okay.
Just before you do go into the next week's one, I've just got one little last comment about Speed Racer.
By all means.
Since I've started playing it, I've had the Grease Lightning song stuck in my head. Go, Speed Racer, you're burning down the quarter mile.
Grease Lightning, go, Grease Lightning.
Go, Speed Racer. Yeah.
All right, so next week's game, I think Curtis is going to be like this one.
Drum roll, please.
Next week's game will be...
Dun, da, da, da. Oh, Sea Dragon. Welcome aboard, Captain.
That's right. So again, we'll start from the level 0, whatever it is. You pick players 1 and they start in level 0. And
as far as
there's no level per se. It's actually the speed the
there's
game plays
speed.
at.
And honestly, I find faster speeds are easier to play.
Same with
you
me.
have
okay.
you have
I play
less
speed
reaction
7.
time.
You play
but-
7 on this one,
yeah.
Curtis?
Yep, and keyboard on a CoCo 1 keyboard, not a CoCo 3 keyboard.
Yeah. So yeah, there's
7
no
it is,
there's
or
no
skill 7.
the only difference is practice game. I think you can play longer, you get more lives, but it won't record your high score. But then other than that, it's the lower numbers are slower because there's more delay in between the frames. But so depending on how you look at it, it's either more or less difficult. Where you have much more time to think about where you're going to move to, but you can't move any faster. So on the high speed,
you start overcompensating is what I find.
Yeah. So in the higher speed, it's a little bit more fluid, and you can kind of bob and weave up and down underneath the mines. But obviously, your timing, your reaction timing, hand-eye coordination needs to be a little sharper. So it's really going to be personal preference. People will find the speed that works best for them.
I will mention one thing that most people don't know when they're playing the game. Like the keyboard controls are basically your 4 arrow keys, your spacebar fires. Joystick, obviously, you just move and you fire. But you can also fire upwards, which is handy in a few certain parts of certain levels. And I believe it's the enter key you have to hit for that, whether you're using a joystick.
So is that like firing a torpedo up instead of
straight up? Yeah, like you can take out that ship that's on the beginning of the second phase. You can actually shoot them from below rather than from in front.
Okay, yeah.
So this is on the CoCo SDC?
Yes.
It should be, yeah. Great game.
And we have legal permission from the author on this one too.
All right, and this was on the TRS-80, right? The monochrome TRS-80.
And
as
the
well
Apple II and the Commodore
yeah.
64 and the Atari 400, 800. Yeah.
This was a cross-platform game. It has really good multi-voice music. It has digitized speech at the beginning. The guy's like, "Welcome aboard, Captain," and he goes through 3 or 4 different kind of nautical songs. And if you blow up the thing at the end, you get treated to a little bit of multi-voice music too as your ship kind of sails off into the sunset. So it's got some what I'd call fan service for, things you were looking for as a kid in a CoCo. You were looking for awesome music, good sound effects, and if you heard speech coming from software, that was always a cool thing. If it was, if it was done well, unlike Fury by Computer Shock, right? So.
And the guy playing the accordion. And if I remember correctly, skill 7 or speed 7? Is that?
Speed 7.
I would say you can choose your own speed. It doesn't really matter. The game plays the same. It's just how fast your reaction time is.
Okay.
I will mention not all of the versions spoke. That was I think the Apple II was the first one that did, and the CoCo one did. I'm not sure if the other ones did or not. I'd have to check the ads again, but I know that was a big thing they said on certain versions that it actually speaks, and the CoCo was one of the ones that did.
Also, I noticed on this SDC, and this affects the CoCo 2 users, there's a C drag and a C drag in, and they're both the same, but one of them doesn't let you. One of them says, press enter if the screen is blue and reset if it's, and the other one doesn't. So presumably he might be playing the wrong colors on one of the versions. So make sure you pick the one that you can actually.
I thought C drag is where the sailor wore a dress. Okay, so so Terry Steen, author of Balloon Fire and Killer of Couches, says that everyone should write machine code and create their own code by hand once in their life. It's like filling your own cavities. You can't believe what you put yourself through, but are amazed that you did.
That's a pretty accurate description.
It's like filling your own cavities.
CoCoTALK in no way endorses self-practice.
Erico's out there.
I would say it's more like performing open heart surgery on yourself.
Make it so.
Make it so. All right. So
thank you, guys.
Thank you, Nick Marotta. How about we do this? We're gonna play CoCo Thoughts again, the new CoCo Thoughts, because it's a song so nice, it's worth hearing twice. Then we're gonna come back and are we gonna get the world premiere of Nick Marentes' new game before we get into GameON news? Is that what we finally decided?
We'll do the GameON bumper and then we'll go straight into Nick.
Okay, so an encore presentation of the latest CoCo Thoughts by Samuel Gimes, and then we're going to hear from Nicholas Marentes with his latest game in progress, a.k.a. I Need Another Ferrari.
And now, CoCo Thoughts by Samuel Gimes.
Thank you guys.
Here we go, let's play Speed Racer. We'll be demons on wheels. We'll take the pole position and go past all the cars now. The wheels aren't turning, but the car can still drive. I just exploded, but somehow I'm still alive. I finished a lap in first place and I'm back in last again. The DAC sound in Speed Racer doesn't help it through. Play Speed Racer, play Speed Racer, play Speed Racer, play! I'm often swearing as I slide my car around the track. I'm jamming up the joystick and I think that it might crack. Frustration's waiting just ahead! Play Speed Racer, play Speed Racer, play Speed Racer, play!
All right, everybody, it's everyone's favorite part of the show, Game On, where we hear from CoCo game developers on what they've been developing lately. And with us today, a guy who likes to say, crikey, it's Nick Marentes. Crikey, Nick. Nick, are you awake? Somebody see if Nick's awake. All right.
Put some Vegemite under his nose, he'll wake right up.
Is Curtis talking or I am?
Nick, you can present your own stuff.
Well, you've got the video.
I've got the video. I've got the video queued up. But I don't know if you wanted to say anything first, or we just play the video.
Well, I'll just say that this is going to be my next game that I'm going to do. You're already showing the screenshot there. Yeah, you broke the secret, and
this is not on the air yet. Nobody else can see that. Okay.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's a game I just started. I made a little 4-minute video, saves me doing a lot of talking. And we might just jump straight into the video and then I can answer questions after.
All right, here we go, everybody. This is the
Kick
world.
the video off.
This is the world.
Gives me time to wake up.
Premiere.
Today, I am officially announcing my latest game currently in development. My last game, Rally SG, was a change from my usual CoCo 3 game development and was developed for the original CoCo 1 and 2 hardware with at least 64K of RAM. The game does also run on the CoCo 3 and the Dragon 64. Rally SG was a low-cost title I sold as a $5 digital download and has been quite popular and well supported by the CoCo community. This support has encouraged me to create yet another CoCo 1 and 2 game before I step back to the CoCo 3. For my next game, I have chosen to create a game of a genre that I haven't done too much of. This new game is of the puzzle arcade variety. I have placed 2 new challenges for myself in order to create a game that is somewhat unique to what I would normally create. 1. This game would have background music playing during gameplay. And 2. It will use the analog free-floating original Black Beauty joystick, the Tandy mouse, or the Tandy Deluxe joystick in free-floating mode. It will also run on any model CoCo or Dragon with a minimum of 16K of RAM. Like Rally SG, I will use the 8-color Semi-Graphics 8 mode with a black background and a black border. This new game is titled Pipes and is based on the game Pipe Mania on the Commodore Amiga or Pipe Dreams as found on many other systems. The game is at the early stages of development and many things aren't functional yet, but this video gives you a preview of how it's progressing. As you heard, the interrupt-driven background 2-channel music with note envelope is working. The music can be played as the game is running and of reasonable quality considering it's running at the CoCo 1 slower clock speed. and it runs on a 16K RAM system. In pipes, you start on a plain grid that is empty except for the starting piece. The object is to score as many points as possible by constructing a pipeline from the starting piece. As you play, pipe sections appear in a dispenser at the top of the grid, which presents random pipe pieces for you to use. You can place a pipe section anywhere you like, whether or not it connects with other pipe sections. At the bottom of the grid is a decreasing timer bar, and when it reaches 0, contaminated fluid begins to flow from the starting piece. You must prevent the contaminant from leaking out of the pipes and allow the fluid to run through a certain number of pipe pieces to complete each level. The game gets harder with each level as it gets faster, and the distance the fluid is required to flow gets longer.
Ooh, wake up!
That was my cue. So that's the game. It's based, as I mentioned, on the Commodore Amiga game Pipe Dreams, which was later converted to many other systems under the name Pipe. But on the Amiga it was called Pipe Mania, and it was converted under the name Pipe Dreams. So so this is pretty well one of my first puzzle arcade games. I mean, I've never been into brain games, so this is a change for me. And it's my second CoCo 1 and 2 game. So after doing Rally SG as a throwback to the old CoCo programming days, I decided to do one more before I jump back to the CoCo 3. And one of the things I really want to do, as you heard, is having background music during gameplay, which I haven't done before on any of my games. So I decided to pick the hardest environment to do it under, and that is on the slower CoCo 1 and 2. So it's working quite well. So it's not too bad. It's better than what I thought I'd get.
Was that similar to filling your own cavities?
Yeah, pretty well.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
The music
and
is
also fitting in 16K, I think, is
well,
a pretty big.
I found the music both beautiful and distracting.
And thank you for the earworm. Dun, dun,
Yeah,
dun.
no, I did like that. I love the intro. The music quality sounds good. I like that. The kind of vibrato you got to the notes.
Yeah, it's got a bit of a synthy sound to it.
Yeah.
And there's a couple other songs that will play as the game gets done as well. So it's coming along.
Do I get credit as music consultant?
Yeah, well, that's right. I picked the story behind that is that I picked a song because I thought, it sounded all right, and then Nick Marotta, I showed it to Nick Marotta through the week. He says, that's the Italian song. Yeah, Italian song. Did you pick that because of the plumber? I said, no, I didn't know it was an Italian song. So it kind of worked out quite well that it's a fitting song for for a plumbing game. So that's that. There was a question, actually. I did get a question from someone regarding just going back to, he asked, I think it was Darren Grant asked me a question about Rally SG. And this is going to be the same for our pipes. He says he's interested to know if I start in my design process, whether I start doing the gameplay first and make the graphics later, or the other way around. So I'll just answer that question now. Basically, when I'm designing any game, not just the pipes or Rally SG, I always design the graphics first. So I usually test the graphics to see whether what I'm doing, what I'm going to create on the CoCo is going to look good for starters. And I usually check some of the logistics of the game by just checking that the graphics all fit and whether they'll work the way I plan it to do. So I work all that out first, the graphics and even the sound sometimes, and then when I give myself the go ahead that yep, this is going to work, I then start programming and doing the gameplay and all that.
Well, if it's okay if I say, Nick, in this case, you created the music engine as well, which I think is pretty
Yes,
neat.
yeah, that's right. So that was one of the primary things. I wanted to create a game on the CoCo 1 and 2 that had background music, and I thought, well, I don't know if I can do it.
And without requiring a sound card of any sort.
Yeah, no sound card or sound chip required. So
Nick, are you using the trick I came up with ages ago by using just over 57 cycles on an H-Sync?
I do. Okay. I have an IRQ which the sound routine goes over one scan line. It seems to do that anyway.
Yeah, just over one scan line. So you're getting about half the CPU. So you're getting
that's right.
A free timer.
Because the IRQ, the slowest you can run it at is on the horizontal.
Yeah, you've got
14 kilohertz, which is
you've got a 35 cycle overhead on the IRQ. Just
Yeah.
for the enter and the exit.
Yeah, I don't go into all the maths. I just do it. If it works, it works. If it doesn't.
But to answer your question, Simon, yes, he's using the H-Sync and just overlapping the one.
Yeah, which is what
timer.
I done. Which is what I actually done in the Tandy assembly demo, where I had vectors going and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Just over one scan line, so you're getting like half your CPU left.
Yeah, so you couldn't do a full screen game like Speed Racer, like we were talking about how it lags a bit when the sound's going off, and you wouldn't have enough CPU time left over to do that much moving on the screen.
Yeah, but it worked out all right, and the sound routine is as fast as I could create, so it works out perfectly. So
sounds good.
I didn't actually count the cycles or do anything. I just wrote the routine as compact as I could to achieve what I wanted it to achieve, and I just tried it, and it worked. And it just happened to work out that it took one scan line, which left me the next scan line for the game, which was perfect. Because the IRQ interrupt is 14 kilohertz or 15 kilohertz, something around that, which is too high. I really wanted to go half that, and doing like what you said, Simon, splitting it up between scan lines, I halved the horizontal interrupt rate to roughly 7 kilohertz, which worked out fine.
Exactly, and it's a neat trick. It's a neat trick to do.
Yeah, and I didn't plan it. I just tried it, and it worked, and I thought great.
I guess that's good. That's obviously going to be slightly different frequency on a PAL and an NTSC.
Yes.
system,
So later on, currently I'm designing. My CoCo is an NTSC one, but later on, I think I will need to tweak it then so it works. It'll still work on a PAL CoCo, but yeah, the notes will be down. Will be off a fair bit. So
yes, 15.625 kilohertz is PAL horizontal frequency.
So it's just a simple matter of working out what the correct values are for the PAL versus the NTSC.
Yeah.
So either way,
on the PAL machine, you've actually got 312 scan lines. You know, where you've got an H-Sync IRQ, but on the NTSC, you've only got 262 scan lines.
Yeah.
You know, you've got 192 visible, but on a PAL, you've got much more of a latent area with the V-Sync, where you can do so much more.
Yeah, on PAL systems, your PAL's generally 100 scan lines higher in resolution, but that's obviously different. On it's 525 versus 625 complete lines, not visible lines.
Yeah, but the frequency rate is lower, so it's going to change the pitch of the sound routine. So I'll fix that up towards the end anyway.
That's cool. It sounds cool. Now, I remember early on in the development of Gun Stah, you were working on a music thing. You were going to maybe have some title music. And is this similar to what you were trying to do for Gun Stah, or is this a whole different engine for music at this point?
It is. It is similar. It was actually easier on the CoCo 3 because you have the timer and you can set the frequency easier there.
Okay.
And you've of course got double the clock speed on the CoCo 3. But I wasn't happy back then with what I was making, mainly because I don't have a clue about how music is created, and I just didn't like what I was creating, so I canned it for Gun Stah. So for pipes, I decided I'm going to give it one more crack. With the things I learnt from then, I just tried a few other ideas, and it sort of worked.
I like
Once
the
we
way
got
it
the correct
sounds.
frequency tables for the different notes and stuff there, and kind of got everything adjusted, and then did a full 12-note scale. It helped.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it is lo-fi. It is really pushing the quality of the sound as it goes. But it worked out. I was able to make it all work, so that's good enough for a CoCo 1 and 2 game.
No,
anyway.
I think the lo-fi adds character to it. It sounds like an old synth. It has that synth, and
They're bass notes too. So
and it's only square waves. So I'm not doing anything fancy. It's just square wave type sounds. It's the basic stuff. But by having it actually creating two voices, like two square waves, and then mixing them together to make it a 2-voice track. If you play the two square waves together, like as a chord, it actually does change the sound quality a bit, and you get as you said, a bit of that what that vibrato or whatever other effects, and it actually sounds good. So
I found when I put two squares together, I end up with a rectangle.
It's hip to be square.
Just remember, 2 + 2 = 5.
That's it. And 1 and 1 and 1 is 3.
So we're doing an artifacting chord where 2 notes become 3 somehow. It works.
Yeah. So anyway, so that's my game.
Yeah, no, it looks good. I'm becoming a big fan of what you're doing with that low res 8-color fat pixel look. You're doing some really cool stuff with it. You're making that screen sing.
Well, it's part of my desire to get away from that green or buff CoCo 1 and 2 screen.
Yeah.
I really don't like that. So hence Rally SG and Pipes is going to use a semi-graphics mode, which has its own problems, of course, but at least you get 8 colors on a black background with a black border.
Yeah.
So, and I've chosen semi-graphics 8. There are another 2 semi-graphic modes on the CoCo 1 and 2. There's semi-graphics 12 and 24, which are actually higher res, but they're higher res vertically.
Yeah.
They're the same. They're still the low res 64 pixels horizontally, and they create a very flat sort of pixel. It's a very like a strip.
Yeah.
Which
like an underline really is what it ends up becoming.
Yeah, it's more of an underline, and you can do graphics with that. But the thing is, I wanted a square pixel. So. And the benefit also by using the semi-graphics 8 and its squarer pixels is that it only takes up 2K. So it's,
and considering how much overhead you have for your sound routine here running.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, my sound routine would take up too much time if the game was if I was moving more graphics around. So it's also the fact that Pipes is a puzzle game. It's not really like Gun Stah, a lot moving on the screen, a lot happening.
Yeah.
It's a simpler game, and it does leave me with a bit of more CPU time, so I can devote to the music routine.
Have you ever thought about using CSS1 because you get 11 colors instead of 8?
Now see, yeah, but on a CoCo 3 as well, because that's the other thing. It's on a CoCo 1 and 2, fair enough, but I still do want it to work on a CoCo 3, which I don't think you get those extra colors because you can't get a text mode.
You can't print text,
but on a CoCo 3, I mean, if you take something like VCC or MAME or something, you try to do semi-graphics on those, it just looks totally crud. It just looks like a fucking turd on a string, unless you switch it to composite mode. And if you take VCC stuff that would be normally some color is gray and stuff like that, and lets you switch it to composite. So, I mean, you wouldn't see it on a PAL CoCo 3, but on an NTSC CoCo 3 on RGB, you would see it, you know?
Yeah, no.
If I remember, Simon, though, isn't like if you CSS1, basically you're getting that extra orange and that dark red or the dark green and stuff like that. But those are
Yes,
text
you
characters,
are.
and on the CoCo
Yes,
3,
they're
those
text.
don't show up.
They don't show up, no.
But they do on a CoCo 1 and 2.
Yeah, they do. But the game has got to work on every CoCo. So that means a CoCo 1, 2, 3, and a Dragon.
32 or 64, TDP, etc.
Yeah. Well, that's right. And every other clone, yeah.
Yeah. Let's not forget our friends in Brazil.
So yeah, you got to sort of program to the limitations of the hardware you're designing the game for. So yeah,
Okay,
I mean, I'm designing this all on a CoCo 3, so it works on a CoCo 3, and I'm just making sure it also works on a CoCo 1 and 2.
Okay, Nick, you said you wanted to target every platform, all right?
Yep.
I'm good with that. But your Dragon 64 is going to crap out.
The Dragon?
Dragon 64.
64 is going to crap out, all right? Because it doesn't have an H-Sync IRQ in every scan line. It has for the first 262, all right? And then it's got a 50 scan line delay line. So the last 50 scan lines don't have an H-Sync IRQ. So your music is going to sound like turd.
Is that because it's PAL?
It's NTSC, but they inserted a delay line in the Dragon 64, so you can't do the H-Sync trick where you're skipping every scan line, skipping every other scan line on a Dragon 64. Well. The 32 works fine.
Oh, I see.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that either.
I wasn't aware of that anyway.
Now, if you look at Facebook, I don't know if you frequent Facebook, but Pierre Serrat, the guy from Spain, Pierre Serrat, has made a modification for the Dragon 64, so it actually does provide an H-Sync IRQ for the last 50 scan line.
Well, there you go. They can be modified and play.
Yeah, just modify your hardware.
Modify your hardware. It's a simple two-step process, right?
I mean,
it's
Dragon
it's like a 6309 upgrade, so you need to.
Yeah, Curtis will be happy to solder in all your
Anyway,
modifications.
looking forward to it, Nick. It sounds awesome.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Very, very cool. Well, thanks for sharing that, Nick. Thanks for letting us debut that here on the show. Are you guys ready to go straight to GameON News? You want to take a brief break before GameON News, or we want to roll the GameON News and then we'll take a break before News?
Up to you guys. Doesn't matter to me.
How much GameON News do you have, L. Curtis Boyle?
Around 10.
10. All right. Well, you want to go ahead and let's just roll with it. Let's roll the GameON News, and then we'll take a break after that as we go into the snoozy newsy.
Grab your pillows.
Okie dokie. Let me share the all screen here. Oh, I can't share yet.
You can't share yet. Do I need to stop sharing? Do I need...
Why are you...
Okay, I have stopped sharing, Curtis.
Okay.
Oh, we did have a question in the live chat. Would it work on a VIC-20? Okay, Qbert clone. I love how Martin Lee does not ever put the actual title of the game. He just says, that's a Qbert clone. You know?
Yeah, and I've got this kind of queued up partly right at the end of his little intro where he just flashes different screens.
Right,
This is
right.
the game I'm
That's
trying
Jungle Queen right there. So
anyway, yeah, this is he did a video for Newbert, which is a Qbert clone from Micro Productions.
Ooh.
Hey guys, today we have
and this is a bit of a scrambled
Qbert
copy.
clone
I have the same one. It's a bit
from
glitchy,
Mike
but
Roberts.
it plays.
It's company Micro Products, company I've never heard of before, and I've never seen this version of the game. Spectral Associates and Tom Mix both had versions
And Computer
of
Run.
Qbert out. I don't know that they're better than this one. This one is about as nice as any of the versions.
yeah, looks good.
You do have to, of course.
He does
get
really
your
nice
joystick
artifact in here. You
lined
can
up
see
right.
some of the crosshatch. He gets the
Movement
extra
can be a
colors too
little
beyond the
funky.
4.
And
Is this one on the STC?
the way that they do it on this,
I'm not sure if it is. It's on my site, I know.
I've never seen it.
You hold down the joystick.
I won't play the whole thing here, but I will mention, like, I've gotten a hold of Mike Rowe. That's his nickname. And he actually tried selling this on his own, and he barely sold any copies because he just had a tiny little ad in Rainbow because he couldn't afford the Rainbow advertising thing. So it never really went anywhere. So this one's actually been publicly released too by him to legally download.
Okay.
So it's on your site, you said, if you go and...
Yeah, I can't remember if it's on...
CoCo
I think it's on the archive
Games
too, but I have
list?
to double check. But it is a bit scrambled. You notice in the intro screen there's all that
Yeah.
glitchy garbage on the bottom, and that's not how the original did. And unfortunately, Mike no longer has it himself, so I wasn't able to grab a fully fixed version.
This does look familiar. I believe I have played it at one point in time, and it's a good
This is the
playing
nicest
game.
looking one.
Yeah, looks good,
Yeah.
plays good.
I would rank it in the top 2 on this one here too, to be honest.
Yeah.
It plays really well. It has lots of the nice extra artifact colors. You can see the yellow on the screen where I've got it
Yeah.
paused here. For
What's the other good one?
Let's see,
Not
the spectral
Blockhead.
or the well, Blockhead I do like just because it has, it's quirky. It's a little bit different. They changed it up a little bit, but
Yeah, sideways instead of being a pyramid.
and not a triangle and
Yeah.
Yeah.
The invisible rounds, things like that. Yeah.
I'd have to say I think the Spectra one's better than the Tom Mix one in this case. My personal opinion, because the Tom Mix one, if I remember, it's a lower res. It's like P mode 1 or 2. Or
Oh, the one that's in the Puyan palette just makes me want to puke.
Yes.
Yeah.
yeah, that one. Cuber, I believe it was called.
Okay.
So anyway, and that's Marlon's new contribution.
Mm.
I'm still trying to get him to come on the show. I guess he's working a lot of overtime these days. That's why his video.
Where
output's
is he
also-
at? Somebody said he might be
He's
in
in
Florida.
Florida.
He is in Florida, huh?
He's in Florida.
Wonder for a neighbor like Nick Marotta or Nick Marentes. Everybody's Nick's neighbor in Australia, right? So everybody in Florida is my neighbor. So
He is willing to come on. It's just that we got to get his work schedule to coincide, and
Okay.
he's usually free on Saturdays is his best time, but just not lately. Next up, Jim Gary's been a busy little boy this week here.
Pitman.
So, this he's done some edits to. This is a Pitman game that he's shown off before. So he did some key assignment changes because he found it was a little bit awkward on the MC10 keyboard to play it with the original ones that he picked. He's done some minor sound changes on it, and just fast forward past this loading stuff here. This is his
Pitman.
crawl screen while he's setting up all the arrays and stuff
Okay.
here. So it's
Pitman.
and as an editor too, you can create your own levels, which is kind of cool. And it's kind of like bouncing boulders style.
Oh, look, you got the
A little bit, not
ladders.
quite.
Okay.
It's a little bit different.
And you
but-
have to make the things fall.
Yeah, you have to get all the boulders, the red things, to fall into the proper pits on the bottom, and you push them
Oh, neat.
as you go.
But you can't push 2 if there's 2 of them there, huh?
Right, so he screwed himself over on that one. so
Okay, no, that's neat. I like the. Hey, Darren Ottery's here. Hey, Darren. Good eye.
Darren.
So we push that one over there. Yeah, the clicky sounds are cool. Doesn't sound like your normal play command.
Yeah. I think you could do some pretty decent MC10 games with just a couple little ML routines, say some scrolling
Yeah.
or certain sound effects that you could just, preload in and then just have the basic program call with an exec every once in a while. And I think you could do some pretty cool stuff.
Yeah.
Which actually leads me a bit into his next stuff here. Well,
I like
not
it.
quite
I
yet,
like the mechanics of it. Looks cool.
Yeah.
Joust.
Next one is Joust. This is no relation to the arcade game Joust whatsoever, unfortunately. It's a game originally by a guy named Clive Gifford, and it was from a
Conscious
book.
down. I was ready
Sorry?
for a fight.
Yeah, this one beats both Buzzard Bait and no, I'm just kidding. This is from a book called More Programs for Your Dragon 32 from 1984. So nothing to do with the arcade at all. It's kind of a
More like the horse and lance jousting.
except you're trying to aim your joust and shoot at these things.
Okay, which is very similar to how actual jousting works.
Yeah, all the joust people had guns back then.
Yes, fire my now. Yeah, if you were underground with a crossbow, and you had these jackasses on horses, and you could just take them out with a crossbow, that would be awesome. That'd be a whole new.
Yeah, you'd revolutionize modern warfare in the
Yeah.
times.
That's cool.
Yeah, so that was a nice one that he pulled from one of the old Dragon magazines.
Now, what's the name of the game again? If only he had the name across the top of the screen like 4 or 5 times, we'd be able to catch on to what the title was. Was it Joust, 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 or was it?
Yeah, I think he was inspired by the Nick Marotta.
Ah, okay.
So it's a tribute to Nick, honestly. That's all it is. Next one up here. This is called Civil War, and this is from Creative Computing magazine. And this was published, I think, in the late 70s there, but it's originally based on a a micro or mini computer game by G. Paul, as you can see, and Russ has on the bottom there. It's 73, so this is a very old style game here.
Ooh, look at that. Now, at the end of this, do we get to tear down statues?
Oh, God.
Let's stir the pot a little bit more here. Where's that flamethrower? But basically it's a military simulation type thing. So
right.
This was a genre on the CoCo that I think was more popular on the CoCo than just about any other machine out there. Because with some of the game manufacturers like Arc Royal and a few others, Sports Quest did quite a few of them too. We had dozens and dozens and dozens of war simulation games, especially in the CoCo 1-2 era between about 81 through 84. There was just tons of them. I've actually updated a bunch of them on my CoCo Games site. So, and I've probably added about 15 of them, and I'm only up to like the E's.
Oh, so it's got a little bit of an Oregon Trail thing, like how much money do you want to spend on supplies and things like that. Yeah, that's neat.
It's kind of a simulation style thing.
Yeah, neat. Now, why can you only buy men? I mean, you would think these soldiers would want women too. Why weren't there women on the menu?
Well, it has to do the whole slave trade, right? No, I'm just kidding.
How much for your women?
How much for the women? We'll take all of them.
I want to buy you a little girl.
Can I trade you 5 men for a woman, please?
How much for your baby? I want to eat your baby.
Get in my
It's a pretty
belly.
interesting little game, and I haven't seen too many war simulation games on the MC10, so it's kind of a genre that's not that tapped on.
Yeah, that is cool.
It's totally tapped on the CoCo. And this one is kind of a smorgasbord he did here. So he's got Time Bomb. He's got a bunch of other games. I guess he's got some ML routine that a guy named Anders Carlson did for a new CLS routine written in ML. I'm not sure exactly how he's using it because it doesn't really show. And at the very end, he's got a little graphics editing program with a little sample image that he did. So there's a whole bunch of stuff. So I'll just kind of skip through bits and pieces here. I'm not even sure what all these games are. Some of them are games that he's done before that he's used this new routine in.
What the hell just got him there?
Got me on that one.
Okay.
Like I said, he's got a whole smorgasbord of games in here, and he doesn't give too many details. He just said a lot of them are using this new routine that he got.
Are you?
And then
have you learned Swedish lately? Is that why you're saying smorgasbord?
Smorgasbord.
Here to IKEA.
IKEA. Oh, look at that!
Some assembly required.
That is so cool. How he's like going around, like how he's like rotating like that. Completely.
Yeah, just using text characters.
Yeah, that is really cool. Oh, you're setting the angle.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
So that's how you aim your cue stick.
That is really
Which I never
cool.
thought you'd be able to do in low res, but it actually works pretty well.
Yeah, yeah. Claude. What is this Claude?
He's a friend of mine, Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Oh yeah, Claude. Jean-Claude Van Damme. Okay.
You know, Nick, even for you, that was bad.
Thank you.
Oh, I saw a good one on Facebook. When does a joke become a dad joke? When it becomes apparent. Yes.
I think I just threw up in my mouth a little bit there. Thanks, Steve.
I think I need a Pepto.
Computer speaks, level 1 or 2. Ooh, look at that.
Oh, nice little chess game.
Pretty
I think
quick.
this
Pretty quick.
Yeah, that machine language CLS routine he's using, I don't know if that's changing maybe the background to do that inverse video. Maybe that's part of what it's doing type thing. Because I know that was something slow in some of his older games. You'd actually watch him.
Yeah. So it's basically like a stack blast screen poke or something, huh?
Yeah. I don't know too many details, unfortunately, and he didn't really totally explain it there. So I have no idea what this one does, so I'll just skip it.
It's amazing.
It looks amazing.
It's amazing, yeah. Which way?
You're just running through these different trails and trying to defuse a bomb in time.
Neat.
I gotta say, a turn-based racing game is unique.
I remember Creative Computing had a bunch of those back in the day.
I like his little stick dude because you can tell what it is. Okay.
Is this like the MC10 version of Seamus?
Yeah.
And this is a graphics editor, so he's loading in a little sample image. And this was done by somebody else, if I remember correctly. Let me find it here. Yeah, Curtis F. Kaler did this. This is actually not a Jim Gary production. But Jim liked it enough to put it in here, so he's actually got a little graphic of a rabbit that was edited with this.
Follow the white rabbit.
Yeah. And I should mention here too, all of these videos here that he did are recorded using the VMC10i version. They just released a bug patch for it. An MC10 emulator by James Tamer is actively developing this. And this is one, if you guys are on the MC10 group, they've been adding in extra high-res modes that don't actually exist on the MC10.
Okay.
So it's like an MC10 Plus now at this point.
Okay.
So they've been doing graphics editing and stuff, and a few people that are active in the MC10 community have been fiddling around with the emulator quite a bit, and they found a bug. So this version I is the one he's demonstrating and testing here to do all the videos he did in this particular run. But it has a bunch of extra features that the MC10 itself does not have on the graphics side of things, and even the X128 doesn't have some of these modes. So that's where you get into that whole, is this still an MC10 now that you're just, emulating something that doesn't
as long as it
exist
can
anywhere.
hold open a door, it will always be an MC10. So.
Or a window, yeah.
Or a window, yeah. So
can't be prejudiced against.
That's right. Oh, by the way, earlier I'm speaking of prejudice. Earlier, when David O'Connor was talking about tapes and the history of tapes, which I'm sure y'all found was fascinating, one of the things that I was not a fan of on tapes was some of them were high bias, and I'm not a fan of any form of bias. So we'll move along now.
God.
And the groaners just keep coming.
That was really worth stopping for.
Hold on, that's momentum. Hold on a
I'm
second.
gonna look like a chipmunk here because now I'm throwing up in both sides of my mouth. So.
Are we still doing the show?
Are we on the air? Is this thing on? Hello?
We got like
We're back
music
to
being
normal
played,
bias.
bad jokes. And like, are we still doing this?
Okay, so this next one here is from Paul Shoemaker, and he's been working on. He showed us some screenshots of this way back when he was doing on the CoCo 1 and 2, and he was trying to do a clone of Wizardry, the biggest rival to Ultima back in the day for RPG games. And he kind of gave up on the CoCo 1 and 2 version. Now he's doing a CoCo 3 specific version. So he did this initial video here, but then he sped it up greatly and did a second video. So I'll just show that one. That shows some of the, I think we showed it last week with some of the colors and stuff that he had, these different alternate color sets, including a CJ one, which is absolutely gross. But now the graphics are running wickedly fast.
Wicked fast, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that steel blue color. That's become one of my favorite. As we play around with the palette hacks and you look at the available 64 colors of the CoCo 3, it's like half of them you just want to throw out because they're so god awful.
Yeah. And there's Facebook stalling again. But anyway, you get the idea. So
yeah.
He was talking about he didn't know if he had the technical warehouse to do the actual game here, the Wizardry clone. But I mean, if he's writing stuff that fast, I don't think he'll have a problem. Next up after that, Jerry Stratton, the guy who did the Super Basic, which is that modern looking language that will translate to your regular extended basic. So he actually did a game here. He did the original text-based Hunt the Wumpus. We've got the new Hunt the Wumpus cartridge, of course, by Mr. Evans there. That's available on cartridge. And that's based on the TI-99 4A graphical version that came out back in the early 80s. And this is based on the original 1970s version of Hunt the Wumpus, which is all a text-based game. So he actually gives you the source code in his new modern basic language here. And that converts down to the extended basic version that actually will play the game on a real CoCo. So if you want to take a look at, some of the translation and how it works and some of the features that you can do in it, there you go. Freely available to download.
Neat.
He's actually put out quite a few games and programs now based on his Super Basic. He's probably got about a half a dozen to a dozen that you can download now. So I know Alan Heffman was pretty excited about it.
Was he like David Ladd level of excited?
Well, nobody is. Let's be sane here. Next up, Erico, I believe he was in chat here earlier, if I remember correctly, too. He's actually been busy, of course, doing that semi-graphics 4 fighting game that has really impressed us with the graphics. And he's actually put up 2 more blog posts now related to it over the past week. So the first one, he kind of starts with Pong, and kind of explains all the palm dynamics work. You're bouncing the ball back and forth. And he said, well, what happens if you kind of flip it around a bit? Now you just, you got your Pong things at the bottom. You just move them left, right, and they, throw punches and stuff. So he kind of explains kind of the evolution of, how Pong, which started the video game industry really, aside from Space War and text-based games, got into the fighting genre type thing. So we get some samples, and he did some speed tests here of, various ways of trying to draw semi-graphics that he went through to get it up to the demo we've seen where it runs pretty quick. So there's a very, flashy, blinky one, and then he gets into using character strings instead, and still a bit, blinky looking, and there's a really bad version using set reset instead of the print character strings. And then this was a little test program. I'll let you guys read the blog. It's a fairly lengthy blog entry, but we kind of goes through that. And then a couple days later, he released his next one, and here he was trying to figure out. This was back when he was originally designing the graphics, and he was trying to figure out what is the ideal one that is both fast, smooth, and legible to be what it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
With detail. And of course, the very far left to the right is basically his different scalings of doing it. And it doesn't really look proper, at least until the third one in. And he ultimately ended up choosing the fourth one in. So the biggest one, he said the characters look great, but they take a while to draw, and you don't have much room in the screen for anything else.
Right.
So he decided against using that in the game itself. And here he's using one of the original slower versions of it, which I think we actually had seen, some weeks back when he was first experimenting. And then he gets, slightly a bit more optimized, etc. There's a little trick he found in BASIC where you can actually, type the characters directly with one poke, kind of like the MC10 does.
Oh, man.
And then here he's got the map of the entire thing, and how to figure out which character cells you're doing. This actually shows the mapping with that poke of what characters show up when you hit certain keys now. Editing. It flips a sign bit basically, so it just flips the top half of your text characters with your graphics half on the bottom, flips them around as far as BASIC's concerned. Anyway, we've seen the video demos here. Now this is where he's starting to get the speed up to snuff.
Yeah,
and more further optimizations. You can see the the gradual progression of how much faster it's getting. And of course, we've seen the later videos where you actually got the two people punching each other and jumping up and kicking and all kinds of stuff. Like, it's really fascinating. I'm really looking forward to seeing this. That's actually two really good, technically advanced CoCo 1 and 2 compatible games using semi-graphics. Nick's Pipes is one. And they're coming from completely different approaches. I mean, Nick's, getting all fancy with, H-sync driven, interrupt driven sound and stuff with background music. And Eric's doing all of this in BASIC. There's not a lick of ML in here. And he's, getting pretty impressive animations with that too. So it's fascinating to watch these two completely different. One's going ML all out, one's going BASIC all out. And actually, they're both really good.
Semi-graphics, man, in the right hands.
And then because Erico wasn't busy enough, he was doing some other stuff here too, and he actually was playing Cashman. Now I did play Cashman a little bit this last game challenge. I think it was last.
Did you have 5 minutes before supper?
No, I didn't have enough time to actually play it enough to even finish a game. So unfortunately.
Okay.
But in this case here, he kind of reminded me like the level expert, like the puzzle pieces at the bottom, the 40 plus screens here. Those are extremely difficult because almost everything's invisible, including ladders and platforms, not just the ones that blink on and off when you pass over them, but there's actually invisible places to climb. And I'd kind of forgotten about that because I remember I used to be able to get up to level 46 back in the day, but when I was trying it briefly, I couldn't remember how to get off the very first of the ones. He actually goes through it and he plays it through, and you actually get to see the first 3 expert puzzle levels. Did you guys want to see that a little bit?
Yeah,
it's about
please.
3.5 minutes or so.
Yeah. Even the zappers are invisible, is what he's saying. And here you've got, holy crap! You're
so you have to know
taking,
where those are to go, when to back up, when to go forward, so that you don't die.
Right, you're taking leaps of faith.
Well, once you memorize where they are, then it's not. Like I jump on that, I got to go back to the far right and then jump left again to get onto the next platform. That's the puzzle. You have to figure out where these things are, through trial and error. But once you get used to them, you can go through them. And like I said, I used to be able to breeze through these, and I've totally forgotten them all, unfortunately.
And it looks like if you pay attention to what the cats are doing, they'll sometimes reveal one for you too, because they will.
They'll blink on one of them.
Yeah.
But you can see why this is labeled the puzzle one, because you have to figure out how all these things work.
Oh, dude, did you see that?
Yeah, that's like a typical gameplay for us. And if you notice that some of them you can run across, even though there's a gap, it'll let you run across to the next.
Yeah. Saved. I did notice he experienced something there that I've experienced in the past too. There seems to be some collision detection forgiveness. Sometimes it looks like you collided with a cat and it didn't register.
Yeah. But you can see like how hard this level would be to figure out the first few times.
Really?
And there he's got the invisible vines you're crawling.
Really? Really? Wow, look at that.
Like, would you if you thought there's a vine to crawl across there?
Yeah, who would know?
I don't know if Chet would think this is good level design or bad level design, but I mean, this is meant to be the expert puzzle one, so it's kind of like his promised last level that he thinks everybody's going to hate him on. Nick Morodo, I was going to ask you, did you ever get this far in Cashman?
No. Well, I mean, I probably started it to see what they were like, but I don't remember getting very far.
Yeah, I don't know that I would have figured out all that.
Yeah, it was when watching his video, I suddenly remembered, oh, yeah, that's right. There was hidden vines and stuff to crawl on, too. I forgot all about that, so. Age is a terrible thing.
Yeah, I mean, until you figure these things out, you're taking leaps of faith to hope there's going to be something there to land on.
Yeah. Like, I do remember that diagonal pattern. You had to jump up to the right and then up to the left and, alternate back and forth because that's where the hidden platforms are.
That is cool. That is a really cool level design.
Yeah, and there's at least 46 that I remember because I used to be able to get that far. And it's been so long, I don't remember what they look like, but they get harder.
Cool
this next
stuff.
one I'll let Stevie kind of introduce here because this was his video.
Oh, really?
I'll just mute the sound here. But
Okay.
You sound thrilled.
What were you trying to accomplish here, Stevie?
I just playing on the CoCo, and I had not played this game at all. So this was literally my first time I ever looked at it or played it, and I played it a handful of times, and I actually really enjoyed Rally SG. It was fun. And then after I did that, I fired up the Chet Simpson Cabin Fever edition of Digger 3, and I think I made it to level 5. And so I remember when Chet says, I want you to try it because I want to see if you're going to rage quit or get mad or anything. And I was playing it, and no, it's designed well enough to where you're not mad at the game, you're just mad at yourself, So I was able to start from level 1 and make it through level 5, and it's neat. I like it. I like the puzzles. I like figuring out where to fall and when you fall and things like that. So in the Gomer AI, you can see some of the changes and how they respond and stuff. So the things he's been talking about and streaming about, I kind of got to experience, and yeah, well polished game.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one too. This is going to be one of the biggest releases of the year. So
yeah, this looks so good for being a CoCo 3 game. It's like every time we play one of these games where we can do the palette hacks, and I pull up that chart of the 64 colors, I'm like, my God, these colors, most of them are so god awful. It's like, how do people make these colors look good? And Chet found a way. It's just like it's a really good looking game.
Yep, agreed. I know some of the Amigos people have actually mentioned this one actually, like a few other games like Pac Dude Monster Maze and Fizz, actually look like they could be like an Amiga game.
Yeah.
Obviously, we don't have the hardware,
Right.
scrolling and stuff like they do, but definitely simulated it quite well, even with the parallax.
Yeah, that parallaxing is you see it, but on that first level, it's the same color as the background, so it's very subtle. Where it's not too overt or anything.
Yeah. There's also a question from Darren Autry on Facebook. How do you purchase Digger 3? Digger 3 is going to be free. Chet insists it's going to be free. You can get the current public beta 1 on Facebook in the CoCo group if you go to the files part, and it has the first 10 levels on easy only. The hard version of it, which adds extra Gomers and stuff in there, is not in the current public beta. But it basically has the first 10 levels that you can play through. 512K, CoCo 3 required, no 6309 required, just 6809. And no extra hardware besides a joystick if you want, or you can play keyboard.
Yeah, so I think this was last Sunday. I was doing that, and it was fun.
Yep.
Blabby Computer Games.
Yeah, so we've featured this guy before here, Simon WGB, and he does these huge, long, multi-hour streams on Twitch playing Dragon stuff. And then he posts the video afterwards onto YouTube. So that's where I happened to grab this one here because I never seemed to catch him live. So we went through about half a dozen games. Caverns of Chaos. This is the one I'm showing you right here because it's a bit more rare title to see. But he also did Eddie Steady Go. He did Chucky Egg, and then he did some CoCo ports like Donkey King with the God Awful P-Mode 3 and a few others there too. So And we've shown this one before, so I won't play the whole thing. But
those are supposed to be some form of conveyor belts, I guess.
But he does a fair bit of dragon originals, which is kind of nice to see. And he's actually was a person who grew up with the dragon, so he actually knows how to play them. So he actually gets through multiple screens.
Okay.
Like some of the other videos we've shown in the past, you get somebody that has never seen a dragon before. They're running MAME. They load it up. They play it for 3 minutes, and they're done. That's it. And he actually has enough experience on some of these games. He can actually go through some of the levels and show you. I mean, go ahead, Stevie. Oh, I thought you were saying something. And the last one here, this is kind of a sentimental one for me. Adam Hassey actually posted up asking about Seventh Link, which is the CoCo 3 only Ultima type game, probably around the Ultima 3 level. Actually, a little bit more advanced. I'd say between 3 and 4. And this was a multi-disc game, and it was actually one of the 3 Ultima style games we had. The original first one was Gates of Delirium by Dicom for the CoCo 1 and 2, and then Paladin's Legacy from Sundog is another one. And then Seventh Link, and that had some digitized sound. It had some real 3D when you go in the dungeons and stuff. But it's a huge friggin' game. There's 4 planets to go between, not just different continents and stuff. And each of them has their own maps. And then there's castles and towns and dungeons and stuff in between them all. So it's an incredibly hard game to solve. I've never come close to it. This guy here actually knows Jeff Noah, one of the 2 authors, along with Dave Triggerson from Oblique Triad, in person. And actually, they worked together to actually create modern maps of every single dungeon, every single castle, every single town, every single world for the entire game, so that if anybody wants to play it now and doesn't want to try to guess where everything is, they can actually have a map to follow. It's a downloadable zip file with a ton of stuff. There was a version of this type of thing done for Gates to Learn, which I do have hidden away somewhere. Unfortunately, I saved it in some stupid web archive form. I got to rip it apart. I do have to put these up on the site eventually because I don't want to lose these, because these are incredibly complex games and they're a lot less frustrating if you have maps. So the download, he's got the link here on the CoCo Facebook group. You can get the zip with all the map. And it also has some text files explaining unique things to each world too, so that you kind of know what to look for. But I actually grabbed a couple of sample images and threw them up in the browser here too, so I can kind of show you what this looks like. So the first one here is the Elira text file. Elira is the first world you start on out of the 4 planets that you can teleport between. So it kind of goes through, here's all the different stores you can find in Castle Thorough, and here's some of the other features there, like one of your companions, which one of the people that joins your party, Hager Mill, and also how many chests there are and doors, etc. And you can keep going through, and it gives you all the details for that particular world of the stuff that's really relevant. And he's got this for all 4 of the worlds. So here's the map of Elira, the first planet that you start on. And as you can see, it's quite huge.
And this is a CoCo 3 game?
Yes.
Why does it look like it's stitched in there? Oh, because it's just...
Well, this is the full map based on the CoCo 3 graphics, but you would only see a small portion of it.
Yeah, it almost looks like stitching, like embroidery
it's like those
or
hook
something.
latch rugs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a graphics mode. Yeah, hook latch.
Yeah. But these are the actual graphic tiles that he has in the real game. You would just only see like a small portion of it on the screen at a time.
Okay.
So you got the full map, and I mean these worlds are huge.
Absolutely, for a this reminds me of like a an NES or N64 or something.
It did actually. I mean, it looked like one of those, and there was 2 versions. The earlier version had more rushed out graphics, I would say. Like the mountains were just upside down V's basically, and this the gray you're seeing here with the multi-level gray, black and white for the mountains is what the newer version that he released 1.1 came out as. I actually had both at one point. But this game is huge. I mean, if you're into RPGs, and unfortunately RPGs is I think almost a lost art these days, because nobody has the patience to play these games that take months to solve anymore. And that's, I know the Amigos have commented on that too, because they'll look at it and go, yeah, the game looks great, but I don't have 3 months to do it. Even in quarantine, apparently you don't have enough time to play these.
Well, imagine having to write it too. I imagine developing them's got to take some time.
Yeah, well, I remember mapping these out by hand. I mean, I have reams of graph paper when I actually won Gates of Delirium. That took me 3 months, one summer to win that one game. And it's half the size of this one. So,
man, this looks really cool.
And here's one of the inside. This is one of the castles, and you're looking at 2 side-by-side maps. So the left one is level 1. So when you first walk into the town, that little opening in the mountain on the left, this is the main part of the town. You see these weapons and an armory and stuff like that. But there's also a couple ladders. If you sneak around enough, they'll take you down the second level. And the second level actually has underground streams and other things that you have to go through and find things too. And that's on the right-hand side. And not all the towns are multi-level. Some are single. They're not all the same size. Some are bigger. Some are smaller. Some of the worlds are quite different. So like there's one of the worlds is more of a water world, so there's not that much land. You have to take like sailboats and go between different parts. But there's just so much to the game. I mean, the screenshots I've shown here are just 2 of them. There's dozens of these maps this size.
Wow.
And it had digitized sound, even at the beginning, using their StudioWorks hardware cartridge that they actually used to sell. We were talking about earlier about digitizing for Nick's game. And basically that was an 8-bit, true 8-bit sound input that actually recorded. And you could record multi-track stereo if you wanted to. It also featured in the dungeons, and this was unique to this one. The other 2 CoCo Ultima style clones just did a top view like you're looking at here, just zoomed up. But the proper dungeons in here actually use true 3D perspective. So if you were looking down a hallway, or say an open room, and you had pillars and you had like a fountain over here and you had a door over here, you would see the complete distance, almost like a poor man's Wolfenstein. It didn't run quite in real time because I mean it was a CoCo trying to do it back in the day, and they hadn't figured out the Sockmaster programming level techniques. But it did have the true perspective. You could see things in front of other things and behind other things going back multiple squares, which at that time I think is the only CoCo game that came out with that level of technology for doing 3D, and this was in 88 or 89, maybe 89, I think. So this well precedes Sockmaster's, Gloom demos that came 10 years later. So very sophisticated game. It took 3 discs, 40-track discs each. It actually mentioned the ads you needed a 40-track drive because they couldn't fit it onto 335s. So it's probably one of the largest CoCo games ever done. And as far as the RPG genre goes, it is definitely the largest game ever done. So definitely worthwhile checking out if you're into RPGs or if you want to just see what it looks like. I'm currently trying to get a hold of Jeff through this guy, since they actually know each other personally. Jeff moved to the States. He actually works down, I think in Silicon Valley or somewhere on the West Coast. So I'm going to try to get him. I'm going to try to find Dave Triggerson, his former partner, who still lives up in Canada. We're going to try to see if we can set up an interview. And at the very least, if we can't, I'm going to try to get Jeff, because Jeff used to have a website that actually had the downloadable version of 7th Link with all of the copy protection removed so you can play it properly on emulators and SDC. But his site went down years ago, and unfortunately I can't find the copies I had at one point. So I'm hoping to get the fully opened up versions there to put for download, and I'll get them up on the archive, and I'll link to them from my site as well. So we'll get them on. But I'm going to try to get Dave and Jeff on for an interview at some point too, which would be pretty cool. Because I mean, they did Those Darn Marbles, they did World at War, they did what else did they do? They did, well, obviously 7th Link. They did StudioWorks. They did Defendroid, which they'd started, which they actually apparently got a patent on to duplicate the Defender graphics, pretty well dead on. Had really good screenshots. They were advertising Rainbow, but they never did finish because at that time the CoCo was starting to die, and they decided, you know what, we can't afford to do the patent rights and then also produce the game when the market's shrinking. So they never did finish it. So we can maybe get the backstory on some of that too. So anyway, that is it for the news.
All right.
To games.
All right. Well, thank you, L. Curtis Boyle, for the Game On news. We're going to take a brief commercial break, and then we'll come back with some of the snoozy newsy. So how about a little Fletcher to play us into the next segment?
Otherwise known as Mikey's Nap Time. Go ahead.
All right.
To play us out.
To play us out. A little Fletcher for you.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Fletcher, I don't need that report tomorrow.
Great, JT.
I need it tonight.
But JT...
Fletcher saved $300 on her office away from the office. Radio Shack's revolutionary Model 100 computer. It's a word processor, phone directory, and dialer. It even communicates with the office computer.
Fletcher, how's that report? Fletcher.
Radio Shack's Model 100. Save $300 and put it to work.
You'll go far, Fletcher. You'll go far.
And now, CoCo Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. On holidays, Uncle JT would entertain us with stories of his business conquests and his assistant who would meet any deadline that he imposed, no matter how ridiculous. Well, until she shot him in the face, that is.
Hi, this is the award-winning Alan Huffman of Subetha Software, and you're watching Stevie Fall Off Cliffs.
What's going on, guys? Stevie Stroh here, and I want to say thank you so much for being part of this adventure with us. It's been such a great experience in doing CoCoTALK every week, and the support we get is just amazing. And so the fact that you watch and listen is all the reward that we need. However, if you would like to become a patron of the show and offer some financial assistance towards the production and hosting costs of the show, we do have a Patreon site available for that, and you can reach that by going to our website at CoCoTALK.live and clicking on the Patreon link. But just do us a favor and watch and listen to the show.
Hey there, I'm Marco Roser, and you're watching CoCo Talk.
This is not the Joey cereal switch. This is the Joey cereal switch. Control up to 3 cereal devices. Order yours today at cocoman.biz.
Radio Shack, America's technology store.
Right! This Christmas, Tandy has a very special offer. A family color computer pack to take away at a very special price. This family computer comes complete with software and costs an incredible $449, a saving of $241.69. It's powerful, educational, and ideal for the young and young at heart. The easy way to start computing. The Color Computer Family Pack from Tandy. Get it while it's hot. Tandy, the biggest electronic store in Australia.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Tim. Playing Dagger like that idiot from the book. You're watching CoCo Talk.
From around the world, what you need to know. Get caught up on News with L. Curtis Boyle.
And now a Muppet News Flash.
All right, and we are back with Mikey's favorite part of the show, Snoozy Newsy, with L. Curtis Boyle. Take it away, L. Curtis.
Shall do. So the first one here was this actually came out, I think, just as CoCo Talk was on the air last week, so we queued it up for here. CoCo Collector, which is Boise Pete, put up episode 4, which is a CoCo 2, the French version, but he went all out. He actually does the entire episode in French. So I don't know if we have any French speakers on the panel here that could have translated exactly what he said.
Pour cet épisode, on va voir cette CoCo 2 de Canada. Parce que cette machine a été faite pour le marché.
I was going to ask Nick Marotta, do you actually speak fluent French? Because I don't.
Yeah, I understand what he's saying.
Okay, can you translate live, please?
Sur cet ordinateur, c'est qu'il a été vendu au Canada dans une boîte bilan.
This computer was sold in Canada in a bilingual box.
Notez la condition. Il a l'air un peu vieux et usé. Et on a voir 2 manuels en anglais, Introducing
There's
Your
English
Color Computer,
manuals.
et aussi TRS-80 Color Computer Reference.
And a TRS-80 computer reference.
La styrofoam est cassée sur le côté gauche.
Thanks, Captain
Et
Obvious.
la pièce de
Styrofoam
droit,
left and right.
c'est dans bon shape. En bas, il y a quelques
I have to say that's one of the
lignes
whitest CoCos I've
dans
ever seen.
l'ensemble
Like
de
that's
la
a pristine
machine, à la
color
roquette.
shape there.
Et aussi, l'étiquette est certainement aussi bilingue en anglais et français.
I won't play the whole thing, but it's
Everything's bilingual. He's basically saying the machine's bilingual top and bottom, and
yeah, it's just interesting going through. I mean, because we've kind of made a joke of finding some of the old CoCo commercials that you found and stuff too. So it was interesting to have an actual
That's funny.
French CoCo, on display. Now, is he traditionally doing the same thing where he said he's been doing these shows of the CoCo Collector and then he immediately sells that particular one because he's trying to reduce his inventory somewhat? Like he sold Marty Goodman's hacked up CoCo 3, for example. Does anybody know, has he put this one up for sale?
don't know.
Letting get a chance to check, unfortunately.
I haven't seen it yet.
Okay, maybe he's
Being
keeping
from
this one.
Canada will bump up the value, though.
Yeah, should, right? Might even have proper spelling on the label.
Look at that end of the line RAM upgrade with absolutely empty chip spots everywhere. That's interesting.
Next, Keith here, Chibi Kumas. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing his YouTube channel correctly, but he's been doing all these series of CPU machine language tutorials, and we covered one of his last week. This one here is a new one for the Dragon and CoCo specifically, and this shows how to read the joysticks and the keyboard, and he kind of goes through, how it's set up with the PIE matrix, et cetera, et cetera. His tutorials are quite good, and he actually did a follow-up because he's doing a whole bunch of 609 machines right now. He's doing Vectrix, and he's doing the Fujitsu FM77. And one of his other episodes actually was explaining to do the exact same thing. How do you read the keyboard and the joysticks on the Fujitsu? So you get to comparatively see how the different approaches to hardware were done. But his tutorials are quite good. And if you're trying to learn 609 assembly language and you want to write a game, because that's his ultimate purpose here, to do it on a Vectrix eventually. And now that he's not just doing generic 6809 stuff, he's actually doing specifically, if you have a Dragon or a CoCo, this is how you do it with the hardware you have. So it's quite a good tutorial series. So I would definitely recommend it to people that want to learn machine language. You add it on to the stuff that Paul has done, added on stuff that Steve Bjork's done. That's another good reference to have. And also he gets into the cross-platform stuff. If you want to take some of your 6809 skills and apply it to one of the other 6809 based machines, he actually covers those too. So one more Jim Gary thing here, because this wasn't really a game. I stuck it into the regular news. And I'm not a math guy that follows the, Lissajou or however you pronounce that, but it's some sort of sine wavy thing, I think. Originally from Color Theater Magazine.
Lissajous. Yeah.
Yeah. Can you explain what that is, David? Because I'm not familiar with, I've heard of it, but I don't really know what it is.
It's basically if you use different sine waves of different frequencies and combine them together and then plot them on an XY axis, that gives you a Lissajous pattern.
Okay,
Or it doesn't
so
have to be
that's the name of
sine
the
waves.
pattern then.
Yeah.
This
It doesn't have to be sine waves. It could be anything, actually. You can do it with audio with left and right channels.
This is sometimes why you need an analog oscilloscope when a digital oscilloscope just won't do.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, and what kind of a sine wave do you need to spell out, do you want another on the bottom? That's what I'm kind of curious on. No, I'm just kidding.
Very complex one.
And this one I thought I'd plug. It's not strictly CoCo related, but since we had Glenn on the show promoting the book, and I think, isn't tomorrow the release date? I think officially. Yes, due out August 16th. So this is the full hardcover jacket. So we were talking with him and he wasn't sure about the hardcover coming out. It's now a for sure thing. So this is the actual full jacket that surrounds the hardcover version of the book. He's even got some of the reviews in the left that he's got, and he's got a ton of good reviews. I don't know if you guys have been following him on Facebook, but he's been getting ones that, more the unexpected ones from him, including some
That's
major
really
authors.
cool. That looks great. Graphics look fantastic.
Yeah. I just out of curiosity, like how many people here have actually ordered the book? I haven't ordered it yet because I was kind of waiting for details on the hardcover myself, but.
Yeah, I want the
I'm
hardcover,
waiting
so I'm gonna check into that.
Yes, same here. Yeah.
Okay. I know
And
he's
I've
got
got to wait on
other
all
interviews
all
too now coming up. So.
Got to wait on all this COVID nonsense too to find out what's going on with shipping and international. A bit tricky. at the
Yeah,
moment.
it sounds like they're going to probably be bulk shipping some of the books to other countries to ship locally from there,
Okay.
like not doing individual orders. At least in some
Yeah,
countries
okay.
that they think have enough sales to warrant it.
Hmm.
I don't know if Australia's on that list, but it might help if that actually does happen because they'll have a better chance of getting a large container of books to one
Yeah,
distribution
sure.
point in the country and then send it out from there.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Next up, Mr. Klein, Mr. Ron. I put Ralph in here. What the hell did I do that for? It's Ron Klein. Sorry, Ralph Klein was a premier of Florida. And he released the Cocoa Pie update. Now it includes MAME 0.223, and he's got both the Raspberry Pi 3 and the Raspberry Pi 4, Raspberry Pi 4 versions available on GitHub. So I just have the link on the screen here showing the Raspberry Pi 4 version, but the links are actually on the page for both the 3 and the 4, and they should be in the chat too. So
Yeah, let
you
me
guys-
just give you a quick footnote there. So one of the things that's supposed to be an option from the current version that got released back in June when we demoed it on the show is that this GitHub is built in to the menu where you should just be able to go to your utilities menu and pull up the GitHub, and so essentially auto update your CoCo Pi and not have to do this. Now, I tried it and it didn't work for me, and I'm doing it from the image, so I don't know if there's something glitchy in the original script for this, and I've been trying to coordinate with Ron to find out how to get it working, because when we do get it working, I wanted to do a follow-up video, because one of the things I did when we premiered this back in June is I recorded that little 30-minute tutorial on how to set up the Pi and do the images and things like that. And that video has never been released on its own. It was just a segment on the show. I want to bookend that with the ability to update the GitHub as well as go into the menu and change what version of MAME, because even now you can change your MAME versions from your utility menu, so you can progress or regress your MAME versions for whatever reason. So the step would be go to utilities, choose GitHub, download the new MAME, and then go to your menu and choose the version of MAME you want. So it's a simple 3-step process. However, step 1 didn't work for me, and I don't know if it's user error or not. So whenever I can get all of that ironed out, I'm going to record a companion segment to that video, release that whole video as a tutorial, put it on the site. I wanted to make that an article for the newsletter, but because I couldn't coordinate with Ron, I want to release the information when it's complete. So this GitHub procedure should be automated, and we'll make sure that it is. And at some point in time, you shouldn't have to do anything but go to a menu and get updates and all that kind of stuff.
Now, does it actually tell you that there is an update available, or do you still have to know that?
It doesn't tell you, to my knowledge, but you can just go to the menu and hit the option, and if there's something new, it will pull it. So,
okay,
yeah,
that's cool, because I didn't know any of that part. So
yeah, and I forgot to mention that in the video too. So there's so many features in this image, it's hard to remember them all. So
yeah, okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Next up, Boys in Tech is doing a bit of a redesign on the hack for the sound speech cartridge that will allow it to run on a CoCo 1 at 0.895 megahertz, a CoCo 3 at 1.78, and a CoCo 3 Gimme X at 2.86. Unfortunately, his original plan was to try to get an update and like an upper satellite board that did not require any trace cutting on the board, and he discovered some problems with the design doing it that way, and he ends up that you do have to do one small cut trace. So this is the redesigned board. He's currently shooting for early September for release, and a current price target of $12. If you're not comfortable doing the cutting of circuit trace on a board, which I probably wouldn't be myself, you can obviously send it into Boys in Tech to get it done. But we are planning on doing some support for this, especially with the Gimme X. In Nitrous 9, for example, once we get to doing the generic sound drivers for various hardware bits there. So I'm hoping that'll work well, but basically it'll allow you to run CoCo 3 double speed with the sound speech track fully functioning properly, which it currently does not unless you do a hardware mod. So I don't know why Tandy didn't do this, but
so it's basically replacing the CPU generated clock with its own clock, is it right? Or...
Yeah. So it's independent of the CoCo, because right now the current ones depend on the CoCo speed, and then it just ratchets up too fast with the chip, and it wouldn't work at all on a Gimme X, and this way it'll work on all 3.
Well, let's think about this. You just asked why did Tandy do that or don't do that?
Yeah, spoiler alert.
Next up, for the fans of the Color Computer Archive, William Major has released a major update for his complete CoCo SDC image, which is basically everything he's got on the site. He does this every once in a while. So since the last update of one of these, and I think he does these roughly once a year, is that right, Stevie?
I don't even know, because I've never used them.
Okay. He's got over 600 new disk images since the last update.
Wow.
And this is a mixture of applications, games, demos, educational, everything else. So it's 246 meg zipped, which lets you know how big the actual expanded version is, and changes. So this is everything that has been added. And this is the 4th update he's done to the main image.
Wow.
So here's like regular apps, and there's some demos and educational, a whole bunch of games.
One thing I've been meaning to ask concerning the Color Computer Archive, I've never tried or never looked into it, but is it possible to, any of us who have written programs or whatever that we want to share, can they be added to the archive, or do you contact the author? Or,
anybody.
Everything CoCo related should be uploaded to the archive.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was just thinking, I've had some people with my composite mod, I've written a calibration program for it, and I had it on my Google Drive, but it somehow disappeared. So I thought I might add it to the archive, and it's central to the CoCo, easy to find.
Yeah. No, I've been putting a lot of my stuff up there, even if it's not part of EOU. So yeah, definitely upload everything you can. I want, like, I'm sure that's his like Mr. Major's goal too, is to have one central place that you can get everything CoCo related at, instead of having to hunt around between 20 different websites. I will gradually be changing my website, which has some direct download links from stuff I did, years and years ago, to actually link directly to the archive, to the particular page where that particular game is, and you'll just hit the button, he'll download it from his site because he's going to keep it much more up to date than I do. So.
That's what I'm contemplating doing with my site too, with my 6809cpu.com. I'm going to put up all the information about my upgrades and updates and the composite mod and all the rest of it. And I'll, like you said, I'll link back to that file on the Color Computer Archive, so it can be.
I did a couple tests. Like I've got a couple of the games on there right now that do this, and that works fine. So it definitely works. It's just an href link.
Yep.
But anyway, if you want to if you're one of those people that just likes to pick and choose, I just want certain apps, I want certain games or something else, you can just go through the archive normally and follow as new things are added. Just download them. But if you want a complete collection of everything CoCo related, then you might as well just download this and install it on your SDC, because then you've got everything possible.
Yeah, I have only looked at this recently on the CoCo Pi itself, because Ron Klein has put the CoCo SDC image on the CoCo Pi, and then I started browsing it that way. But I've never downloaded an SDC image for my actual CoCo SDC, because I've just had years ago when you bought a CoCo SDC, you could get an SD card with, an old image. And that's been my core, and I've just been adding things to that. And so I've been doing too. Yeah. I've never gotten, the official, archive image of anything. But I did look at it recently through the CoCo Pi, and there is a spit ton of stuff in there.
Isn't it all archived in zip format?
Yes.
Yep.
So it isn't going to work on SDC.
No, you just unzip it.
You download it, extract it, and copy it to the SD card.
Yeah, every piece.
Yeah, just drag and drop the folders. They're broken into like apps and games and utilities. They're in like parent folders.
You right-click the zip file, say unzipped, and you copy it to your SDC card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thousands,
it's pretty easy.
Thousands of times.
No, it's
just
one
once.
command.
Just click and drag.
You drag and drop once, and everything goes down there.
Yeah, it copies the whole lot in the right directories and everything.
Hey, put Ronnie Chan back on. You're being a Debbie Downer here.
I just wanted to know how to do it. That's all.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Hello, IT. We tried to turn it off and on again.
It's got like 3 or 4 main folders that say like apps and games and utilities and music, and then inside those is all the other stuff. But you just drag those 4 folders to your SD card, and then they're there.
Okay.
And then you can browse through them through the SD Explorer.
All right.
Yeah, and it keeps it nice and organized that way too. Like you can keep your actual apps separate from your games separate.
Yeah, and like when you go to games, there'll be like it's all alphabetical, so there'll be like A, B, C, D. You say all the games with A will be in one folder and B in another, and things like that.
And the big thing is it's 8.3, which the SDC needs, which in the other part of the archive are not necessarily 8.3.
Yeah, the ones in the archive, the general ones you see in the general archive are meant for the emulators. We have like honking big file names explaining exactly what the game is, who wrote it, and what version it is. But you'll notice, like here on the screen, you can see on the end of each one here you got.
It's got the 8-letter file name, like con.
And that's
46
SDC compatible.
Yeah,
so saves you a ton of time renaming, because that was one problem I had definitely.
Mm.
So we got a couple MC10 related bits here today too, aside from the Jim Gary.
I recognize that rabbit from the earlier demo.
Correct, that is from the earlier demo.
Yeah.
So Curtis F. Kaler in the MC10 group on Facebook, and he's actually one of the people who helped write the graphics editor you saw earlier, showed some output from his TP10 simulator program. Now, you remember the TP10 is a thermal printer. The TP stands for thermal printer, not toilet paper, though that's what I thought it was when I was a kid, because that's the size of the paper rolls you got. But basically, he's got this thing that will emulate any driver that was trying to go to the TP10 on the MC10 and actually do it on a modern PC, and he's even got different resolutions. So in this case, he's got a 72 DPI sample and a 600 DPI sample. And of course, the lower crappy one more simulates what the original TP10 would have looked like. So he's actually showing off like, the double wide character set that printer had built in, and, elongated on off and bolding and semi-graphics and everything else too. So if you have an urge to print off some, actual program or using programs on the MC10 itself on the TP10, but doing it on a modern printer, here you go.
I have one question. Were there 9 predecessor models to the TP10?
I think it depended on how much you wiped your butt that particular day.
I always wonder why they come up with. They always come up with these names like the MC10. What happened to the MC 1 through 9? Why the Tandy part numbers they come up with TP10? Was that because the MC10 TP10 they wanted to pair the little printer with the little computer? It just makes me wonder why they.
I think it's how many windows they held up before they broke under pressure.
Well, unfortunately, preparations H through G were a failure, but preparation H
will
work.
Would be
adding the TP11 emulation to PyDriveWare. Thank you.
Accessible through the deload command.
Not Claude?
Claude. No, that would be Glode.
Glode.
He did paste. If you look at the conversation, he did put his code up on GitHub, and wow, it's Python code, so I might be able to do something with it.
Why would you write something in Python, Mikey, when you could easily use C or
I
Java?
don't know. The whole world is written in C, so
another bear to poke.
Oh my gosh, that's
easily in Java.
I just hijacked the news.
Well, at least you're awake. That's a plus for me.
No, go back to sleep.
Go back to sleep, Mikey.
Next up, we referenced to this earlier when we were going through some of the Jim Carrey stuff here, because that last video with the smorgasbord of stuff there, he actually used this particular emulator. I'll pronounce it different times every time I say it, so just to be different. So James Tamer uploaded this here, and it's VMC 1073i, which was a bug fix. But like I said before, this is an MC10 emulator that actually adds in some extra functions that aren't on a real MC10. And Robert Sieg has actually been doing quite a bit of graphic stuff in the MC10 group. You've probably seen some screenshots of some of the higher res, more colors, etc. that he's been doing. But if you guys actually want to run MC10 emulation, I think there's another MC10 emulator that's fairly common. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. And plus, of course, MAME does it as well.
Well,
but,
yeah, MAME has it. And I used VMC10 a couple of times when I was working on the MC10 version of PyDriveWare. And it does emulate the MCX 128, but thanks to
Tim Lindner.
What's his name?
Tim Lindner.
Tim Lindner. We have MCX 128 now in MAME as well. So.
And you know when he did that? He did that while he was playing Dagrath, like that idiot from the book.
The book, yeah. I should also mention, too, Darren Autry actually gave us the official word on the MC10 naming scheme, and actually 10 was a reference to the weight of the door.
Oh, Nimble wants to know if you could do it in COBOL, your PyDriveWire, COBOL drive wire.
I would say Fortran would work better.
My goodness.
Just do it like... I'll just write it in 6809. Thank you.
just go all out and do it in binary.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, just hand assemble it like Stephen Hirsch did. You know, that's the way.
Yeah.
I mean.
And this is kind of harkening back to a couple weeks ago when we had a bunch of YouTubers that are quite young, like teenager or younger type thing. And this is another YouTuber actually did the whole whitening project, the Retrobrite, on a CoCo 2, and he's also a very, very young fella. So I thought I'd show a little bit of his video here.
Jackson's Antique Adventures.
Just a quick disclaimer.
And he's got a Radio Shack t-shirt, which is awesome.
Wow.
Oh, cool.
This is cool.
Yeah, and I like this. This is new. I've not seen young people like this getting involved.
Look at all the stuff. He's got a bottle of glass bottle of Pepsi. He's got old radios and CRT.
The lamp and the fly swatter.
The fly swatter. Holy crap!
Pencil sharpener.
Everything. Yeah, I have a fly swatter like that.
Yeah.
And you notice he's like behind his shoulder there. He's got like Atari 2600.
And then like a wood grain desk.
But it just fascinates me. Like I've never seen in the last 20 years of YouTube type stuff this many young people getting into the retro scene.
Yeah, it's cool. It's really cool.
It leaves me hope that we might still have developers that remember some of the stuff we've done 20 years down the line. I really thought, we're going to be the last generation that kind of dies out with us type thing after we shuffle off this.
That's a Color computer.
See, me and Netrisstein may get finished after all.
Yeah, it will be for me, of course. I'm trying to get it out of beta to the 0.1 releases. So
Beta
CoCo in there.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the VHS version of Nitrous 9 myself. So.
I'm holding on for 8-track.
Hold on for beta.
Real tape is what we're planning on, or 9-track, mini computer stuff.
Nine.
Sorry, you left the
Number
label
9. Number 9.
Yeah, the logo got a little bit damaged here, and I don't think he realized that it probably was his record brand. Here's a technique I've never seen here before.
Tennis ball.
To get rid of scuffs.
Some glass cleaner. So.
Oh, because it's kind of semi-abrasive.
Yeah. You
could also use a magic eraser.
And if you look at it.
Semi-abrasive, just like this show.
It's attractive and distracting.
Tastes great. Let's fill it.
And you can even go out and play tennis afterwards. So it's,
He did that really quick too. I guess it must be being young.
You forget
move
how
that.
it was at that age.
Yeah.
You could just buff a CoCo with a tennis ball in like.
Speaking
20
of
seconds.
poking it with a stick, it's literally what he's doing. He's poking it with a stick. Don't
Using
poke the
poke
bear.
Poking your poke commands.
Did he leave the motherboard in?
Yeah, but it's super clean, man.
Yeah, this is hot bleach, and he's barefoot next to it. So
What?
Throw some rice in there, dry it out.
But it turned out quite good here. You can see the final result after
Maybe
doing
in
both
the
abs.
future, probably not in a video because it's not gonna be enough to make a full video. But the RF box right here is not as powerful as it once was. So either gonna have to somehow amplify that
Oh yeah,
connection,
RF amplifier.
or just replace the entire thing. If I replace
What's the switch on
then
just
I'm
above
not
the
gonna make a
RF?
video, but if
Channel
it's gonna
selector.
be
That's a
a
different
composite
spot for the
box,
channel
then
selector.
It's a
Yeah,
different spot, though.
yeah, different spot.
doing a video for
Yeah,
it.
that's true.
But
I wonder if
other
this is
than
from
that,
somewhere
this
else
is a
then.
pretty
It's
solid
because a
computer
different
now.
version of CoCo's had the the
As
Koreans had the
from was
different
before.
place.
That's
Oh,
super
did it?
clean though.
I've never
He
seen
did a
that.
good job on this one.
That's
have no
probably
idea
a
how to
stand-up.
fix Is right here when it's in proper.
Look
It's
at the
American
color.
spelling, so it must be
Radio
state,
Shack.
maybe like
on the
Mike,
badge.
Mark was saying, maybe it's
I do not know
different
what
versions
that
did have it
was
up there. I
caused
don't
I
know.
actually have an
Sorry,
RF
can
modulator
see
that
it?
has the
I
switch
do
stacked
not
on
know
right
what
top of it
caused
from an
that,
American
but
CoCo
I
too.
can't get it out.
Looks
so
like he didn't hurt the label
in the
any.
comments,
So
if
he
you
did,
have
yeah.
any
Yeah, a
idea
little
on
bit.
how
You
to
got that little bit
get
of
it
that
out,
white scuffing.
Please.
But
Yeah.
overall, he did a really
And
good job, and he's planning on
I'll
possibly
be
doing a
happy
summary.
Yeah, I like
or
the
a
old
follow-up
wood
video
grain
to-
desk.
Yeah, like he's just totally. This whole set is retro. He's
No,
even got the
totally.
push button
All
phone
he
there.
needs
It's all
is
yellowed.
he just needs
He
a
retrofit
round.
his
He
phone,
needs a
actually.
round TV and a lava lamp, and it's got everything.
And a British accent.
Yeah.
Well, it says the video was made in '82. The guy's 30 something.
1.21 gigawatts. Great Scott.
A retro
That
radio
is
and-
that is the full on right there. Yeah, that's legit.
And gotta follow this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this has been fascinating finding so many of these people. Like I found a few in their 20s, and I thought, well, that was pretty cool. They're just
Right,
learning electronics, of
and
course.
Quinn Good, who's joined us recently, he's somewhat young too, right?
Yeah. Well, we've got a few in the 20s, and that kind of makes sense because, I mean, working electronic-wise, like learning soldering and stuff on these older 8-bit machines from the 80s era is much easier than trying to do it on modern-day, 10-layer boards and crap.
Oh, absolutely.
But as far
Oh,
as getting
man.
young kids like this young, they might not even hit high school yet, getting interested in this kind of stuff, that's fascinating to me.
Yeah,
I
that
never
kid doesn't
thought I'd see
even
that.
look like his parents are old enough to appreciate retro. You know what I mean? So it's like,
Yeah, exactly.
My son's
Yeah,
learning
that's
how
really-
to solder, and I'm tempted.
His
Nah.
grandfather does.
It reminds me a lot of go back to the day when we were right into it when we were young kids. I was like,
Right,
12,
right.
12 or 13 years old
Yeah.
or whatever when I first got into CoCo. So
And you'd think like the modern kids, they'd be interested in like phones, doing mobile apps or something like
yeah,
that. Like
no,
learn
that's
there,
really
but-
cool. Yeah,
Definitely
these
going back to this.
tape decks and old tuner radios and stuff, man, that's cool looking.
Yeah, that kid's parents were born the year I wrote Digger 2 or Digger 1.
Now,
You
be
sure it's not
nice,
the grandparents?
Be
Oh,
nice.
but-
I went to school with his great grandfather.
That's cool. What's the name of his channel?
Oh crap.
Jason posted it.
Jackson's
That's a heck of a
Antique
name.
Adventures.
Jackson's
_ Antique Adventures.
Okay.
And definitely follow him. It's cool seeing.
So
the
how
young
does
kids
how
doing
does
this kind
that
of
how does that make you feel when he's referring to our childhood computer as an antique? Does that mean that
That he's
we
a dick.
ourselves are antiques?
stuff. I've been called antique quite a few times. I'm used to it
I
already.
prefer classic.
And that's just on this show.
Yeah.
So
Screw the little brat if he thinks I'm making. He was this close to getting a new cassette.
Yeah, right.
ladies and gentlemen, the always politically correct Chet
Yeah,
Simpson.
get back into Nike Factory.
We are an
I just
antique
lost
for
that
people-
title.
Okay, next item.
We just lost half of our viewers.
Yeah.
I
That's
think
all
it's a
right, Dave.
division by zero error.
Yep, we're just living up to our sophomoric label. That's all.
All right,
All right,
next.
so next up, TJB Chris, and I'm trying to remember or TBJ Chris. What's his real name again? Because he's actually in the Discord now too.
It's TJB Chris.
But yeah, he's been doing all these, fancier, showing some OS9 stuff and doing stuff on, deload. He did a special on that. So this one here, he's coding what he calls load M magic, which is actually getting the load M command, because the load M command has this ability of having these preambles to change where code loads, and you can have the program jump all over the place. It doesn't have to be contiguous. Which some people have used, to load starter screens and text screens or graphic splash screens while the rest of the game's loading, that type of thing.
You should have a warning that some of this video sounds like Simon.
Yeah. So this is getting into the technical weeds a little bit here, but he actually has a demo where he's actually loading in like a P mode 4 screen, immediately followed by an H screen on the CoCo 3, all from one load. So I'll just he goes into the technical details. If you want to learn how to actually do this, you can actually see it. So he also goes into some of the differences. He was running this on VCC and it ran perfectly fine on VCC, and when he switched it to real hardware afterwards, it didn't work, and he had to figure out what the difference was between the emulator and the actual CoCo.
Do you notice the DVD case to the right of that CM8 there? What game is being shown there?
Gun Stah.
Gun Stah.
Yeah, and also Thexter and Rad Warrior cartridges sitting there too.
Well, there's no accounting for taste, but at least we know Gun Stah's in there. So.
I must listen to this video now.
Nick just woke up.
What's that, Nick? Time to wake up?
Nick needs more. Nick needs more fuel for his Learjet. So.
Fast forward to the. Maybe we have the final version of it here.
He has the door on his monitor also.
Yeah. That's
So
true.
do I.
And then
So do I.
Photoshop.
That's something to brag about, man.
That's right,
There we
bud.
go. And if I
You rummy buzzard. Never heard that phrase before.
arm's not in the way.
Actually, he's used it before too.
There we go.
Really?
There's my picture. I loaded all three at once.
Yeah, so in this case, he did a load M
Problem
command that
solved,
loaded
okay?
a small basic program and a
What if I
P-mode
want the
4
machine to
screen
display the picture while
and
it's
something else
loading?
all
What if I want it
simultaneously
to
from one
display
load
the
M.
graphic while it's loading? Or
So he's getting a little bit fancy.
show it loading the graphic. Well, for that again, we're going to have to show
Well,
this
that's what a
off.
lot of the Dragon games did for those micro
Okay,
deals
so
with
once
the
again-
little the Cuthbert kid that would show up while the games were loaded and stuff.
Yep.
Nah, you're typing too fast, dude.
I'll just fast forward to the vertical.
Come on, slow down, bro.
So
That's
see
what
my
cocaine
previous
does to
video
you.
about the options to pick the same
Faster than a kid can buff a CoCo 2
Yeah.
with a tennis ball.
Yeah, there you go.
Actually, one of TJ Beakus' trademarks is he's always got his adult
We'll
beverage.
flip to the high-res graphics screen, and you can hear it, and I'll shut up the next time I do it. You can probably hear the disk head moving.
Obviously, he's not using Simon's
as it loads the
advanced
picture
loading
from disk.
techniques. But,
Now that seems really
But he
simple,
actually has
and
the
if that was
program
one
set to give me
contiguous block of
graphics
memory,
mode map in the MMU
that would be
blocks
really
needed
easy.
for it and load
Now,
the picture
granted, it
right
was
on
only
it. So there's no
slightly
having to
less
run some
trivial
little
than that, so
outside program to
there's
kick
nothing
the screen mode
earth-shattering
on
here.
and stuff.
But I'm going to get into how this worked.
And then he actually goes into
Finally,
the technical weed here, and he has a whole
my block,
whiteboard, so he's like
top
sophisticated and all,
64K of
explaining
RAM,
exactly
these
what
are
he
blocks
did and how it all
56 to
works. And,
63, and this is
and then he goes into the details of the
your-
difference between the VCC emulator
basically
and
your
the actual physical
6809
hardware.
direct addressable.
Wow.
Okay.
With that in
I will let
mind-
you guys watch it because it gets into the technical weeds, and we've
cool.
had enough of that in this show already today. So
I watched it, and when
Oh
my
no.
my
We need to
forehead
have
hit the
drive
table.
layer special hour.
Like the ribbon, though.
Yeah.
I'm going to talk about the technical weeds, man.
I survived another
Yeah,
meeting
man.
that should have been an email.
Yeah, it looks like he ran into the one caveat that you have to deal with on this is that when you do a load'em, when it loads everything into memory, when it stores a byte into memory, it actually checks to see that it's the same.
Yep.
As it's a protection
verification
mechanism
process.
Yeah, for memory. And so if you try to load into the memory, load a byte into the MMU, when it loads it up, if you don't have the right byte value, when it reads back in, it's going to be different and it will die. That might have been one of the problems that he ran into when he went
It
from
is.
okay, yeah, that is actually common. There's actually a way around that. It's a trick that I figured out back in the day, because that region of memory actually has to come from somewhere when you read it, and it's actually the very, very top of RAM at the 7FFF region. So if you change that memory beforehand, you actually have a much better chance of actually getting some of that done. It's actually something that I use for like incrementing like the task register to go to the next task, because when it reads the byte in, since those registers are write only, it has to read that memory from somewhere, so it comes from actual RAM. So if you change that RAM behind that, that's what you get. So there are some tricks that you can do with this, but it's a little bit tricky if you don't have any insight into it beforehand.
Yeah, I mean, in his case, he was just trying to figure out why VCC was running one way and the actual real CoCo was not. But yeah, it was exactly what you said there. It was the I/O stuff that you don't read back the same value you wrote to it.
Right, because the memory is initialized differently when VCC versus what you turn on with a random CoCo. That memory comes back different. If you look at it, it's like FFFFs, a bunch of FFs, then a bunch of zeros, and a bunch of FFFs. That's kind of how it initializes, but that's not always the same.
Yeah, so it sounds like he hit the exact same thing you did and kind of figured out his own way around it too, because he did get it eventually working. So
Jim Brain has some comments out there too. Yeah. Jim was saying that the secret is essentially that loadm is a package of individual block load commands. Normally we think of loadm as just being one of the load commands, but it's a richer structure. And he said he patched basic to not check using the loadm command. All right.
And actually, that is one very powerful thing about the loadm command on CoCo. I can't remember, did CLoadm support the blocks too, or did it?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, because I always wondered.
You had to, because you have to load in like a splash screen on the.
Yeah, I was going to say a lot of games would load a
question.
splash screen that starts at a certain spot of memory, but your code is probably going to be further out, right? So
yeah,
and that's very convenient for things like compiling C programs, because they have different sections with your BSS and your read only and code and text sections and all that nonsense.
Yeah, so having the non-contiguous loading chunks actually was very helpful.
And it is in Disk Basic Unraveled. They explain the actual preamble and postamble pieces and how to do the blocks, so it is documented out there.
It's quite simple. It's just 5-byte little packets. It's pretty simple protocol. And the EDTASM assembler, if I remember correctly, forcibly put separate chunks even when it didn't need to, because you'll find that looking through a lot of code that was written with EDTASM, where you'll see like a chunk like load 256 bytes here and load the very next 256 bytes and keep going through and just put in all kinds of crap.
Yeah, most of the assemblers are like that because they kept a very small buffer for output.
Yeah, well, my favorite part was that EDTASM wouldn't even check to see if it was filling the entire thing, so you'd see chunks of the original person's source code just stuffed in places that were unused.
Yeah, EDTASM
his original comments and labels and the whole bit.
Yeah, EDTASM 3 from Circom did that as well. Except I think its chunks were a little small. I think it was like 64 bytes to 128 bytes.
I always found that kind of fascinating because I mean a lot of that source code is long lost, but you can actually get snippets of it from some of these programs if you just dump them out.
Mm-hmm.
Neat.
Yeah, there's some in Digger 1.
Oh, I'll have to take a look. I didn't actually try that one. This one here is a webpage on YouTube called, I don't know how the hell to pronounce this, Hero Dog 2D. I have no idea.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, he's been doing all these, emulations. I'm assuming this is MAME for everything here, but he actually did start covering CoCo stuff just starting a day ago. And he's basically gone through all the different ROM sets. So he's got like Dragon 64, he's got a CoCo 3 NTSC, CoCo 3 PAL, CoCo 2s, 609 and 6809. He hasn't done any of the games yet, though. Like, he's got all these other game videos you can see from other systems. But on the CoCo so far, all he's got is basically he's run some quick little basic programs just to show the basics working. So I'm assuming he's planning on doing like a high retro game lore type thing and actually getting into some of the games later on. So I'm going to try to monitor his page, and if he starts doing that, if he needs any help with any of the stuff there, if he's having trouble getting stuff running, I'll see if I can help him out and then maybe present some of his videos.
Yeah, that's how it all starts, and then next thing you know, it'll be an interview about joysticks, and then from there, it's
the white
just all
rabbit starting down the hole.
It's all downhill. Cool.
And the next one, this will be for Stevie to comment on here because it's about the latest issue of the Gun Stah Computer Club, which actually just came out late last night or this morning.
I dropped it this morning. It's been a project that I've been working on for a while. It's long overdue. It was supposed to be out in June. We're now in August. A lot of good content in there, and so if you could just go back to the previous tab real quick. Oh yeah, no, that's true here. Just scroll down to page 2 because I mentioned who the contributors are, which is right here. Okay, so yeah, and a lot of people are actually on the panel today. So I had some great submissions from Alan Murphy and Eric Canales' son and Michael Furman and Rick Eulin have all sent me content, and it was really cool because I've been asking for content for the newsletter for a while, and just out of nowhere, it just started happening. So Stephen Pereira Perea. He had sent out something on the mailing list saying, hey, I got something I want to put in a newsletter. Who do I reach out to? Somebody mentioned me. And so I got a really cool benchmark that Stephen Pereira did where he wrote a program and he compared it between different 8-bit systems like the Altair and stuff, and then and doing it in Forth and doing it on, look at that, the Crikey, it's a Nick Marentes ad, look at that, Crikey, look at that. So yeah,
both of our Nicks have big heads today.
Yes. So this is a write up on deload that Alan Murphy was talking about. So it's a nice, good article there. And so yeah, so this is probably of oh wow, look at that, maker of fine fake Australian products. Here's the benchmark.
Look at it yet, so.
Yeah, so cool. And he's got the program listings, and he does it in different machines. He does stuff in Deck B and Basic 09, and he does it in Nitrous 9 Beta 5 with the 6809 and 6309, and he marks down the differences. You can see there, right? So Beta 5, 6809, and 6309 mode. So it's kind of cool to see how he's writing these programs in Basic and running them on various machines to see how long it takes them to basically do the same calculation. So it's a pretty cool write-up, and then it has program listings, right? So and there's the program written out towards the end. So this was one of the first contributions I got, and then Alan Murphy sent me one. Michael Furman gave me a nice piece, and then our very own Rick Euland did, right? So here we got program listings, right? So here I wrote up a little piece about the new cartridges that are out. So this is probably one of the most content-full newsletters that we've had now in the past 2 or 3 ones that I've done. So I want to thank everybody who has contributed, and hopefully we can get more and more contributions, and we can make the newsletter even more packed with CoCo goodness. So I want to thank everybody who contributed. I want to apologize for it being super duper late, but I have been super busy these past 2 or 3 months. COVID has not been
over speed, I think.
Yeah. So unfortunately, I have not had a lot of downtime like a lot of people have. They're at home doing nothing. I've been doing everything but fun stuff lately. So long overdue, but I'm very happy with this newsletter, and I want to thank everybody who contributed to it. So
is there any other particular articles you want me to highlight and just kind of scroll
No, I would just say just read it. It's 20 pages.
How big is the issue?
It's 20 pages.
Okay.
And other than 2 full-page ads that were just thrown in there, so it's 18 pages of content. So here's Rick Euland's diagram on the PC Junior joysticks and CoCo 3s, and it's a nice way if you want to modify a PC Junior joystick to work on the CoCo. It's a good write-up. So yeah, cool. I really like, and then the news compiled by Salvador Garcia. So we got a lot of news in there that Salvador has put together, and which is just a compilation of things that have happened over the past 3 or 4 months. So some Ed Snyder stuff and updates to the SDC Explorer. See, we mentioned Rally SG coming out, Ed Snyder's keyboards, Dave Phillipson's new project, and Richard Lorbieski's CoCo SDC. So yeah, it's not some of the news because this is a quarterly. It's not new news. Oh, also the write-up from Eric Canales, president of Glenside, is officially telling everybody that CoCo Fest is not happening this year. If you didn't know, spoiler alert, there is no CoCo Fest this year. So we got the official word from that. So it's been.
I feel blindsided.
The reason is we really don't like Canadians. So
okay.
I thought it had to do with the
I think that's obvious.
I thought it had to do with the Dr. Pepper shortage I've been reading about.
Yeah,
You're the ones trying to get us to open up the border.
Yeah, that and Jolt Cola. We have a shortage in Jolt Cola, so that's been a problem. So yeah,
that sounds serious.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
So yeah, I mean, this has been in my butterfingery hands now for a while. This newsletter, and every it's supposed to come out every 3 months, and every 6 to 9 months I managed to deliver, and this is probably my most favorite one so far. So thanks to all the
I haven't had a
contributions.
chance to read it yet, so I'll be doing that later.
Is it 9 weeks late?
It's at least 9 weeks late. Absolutely. So yeah.
And then I wanted to do one. It's not listed in the official news here because I have nothing to show for it.
Unofficial. It's unofficial.
It's not on the list. I'm sorry, sir. You're not on the list.
skip.
I'm sorry. You can't go in and see Mr. Fletcher.
That's okay. We'll just shoot him in the face. So basically, Bill Noble, who's actually the co-conspirator on Nitrous 90's abuse here, we've been fiddling with the Gimme X. We've been finding some bugs. We've been reporting to Ed and stuff here. I wrote a little program that detects if it's there and also what version of the firmware you have upgraded on it, which you can get if you're on the beta test group. You can get that on the Gimme X channel on Discord. But Bill actually yesterday sent me an image with a new LL CoCo SDC driver for it. And what we found out is that the CoCo SDC, if you're going through the CPLD programming that actually mimics being a drive controller for the CoCo and does 256 byte sectors and all that kind of stuff, that cannot run at 2.86 megahertz. It causes errors and missed data. It sometimes loses commands completely. There's no way to fix that without a firmware upgrade or a faster chip replacing the SDC. But what Bill found out is if he took the actual physical reading and writing to the SDC, dropped it to 1.78 megahertz there, but any buffer transfers and everything else in the system, it works fine at 2.86 megahertz. So he sent me basically a modified Nitrous 9 Ease of Use 5 with this new driver in it. And now you can literally, it boots up in 2.86 megahertz and stays there. And you can run the entire operating system, G Shell, games, you name it. Loading from the SDC will slow down for bits of it when it's physically talking to the hardware to the slower speed. But like I said, buffer transfers between the system and your program or whatever else is running at the full speed. So even loading stuff is faster. And I've been fiddling with it and I'm trying to experiment with it. As we've discovered before, there are some games under OS 9 that do frame lock. Flight Sim 2 is one. All the Sierra games is another, unfortunately. So I have to go try to fix those up so we can speed those games up. But, Fractalus and Cronus Rift and Microscopic Mission and Carmen San Diego and Pac-Man and a few others here all run quite a bit faster. And I put up a couple of videos last week to kind of show them. But now the whole operating system, like I had to do with these weird little programs in the background, like load the program up in RAM first, go to another window, kick it into triple speed, then go back and play it. You don't have to do any of that anymore. We have 2.86 megahertz basically fully working as it stands now. So we will guarantee that when the GimmyX is officially released, we will be immediately releasing a beta 5.1 because we've added some other stuff to it too since 5.0 got released. So there'll be a 5.1 intermittent release with GimmyX support for the full 2.86 megahertz plus a few freebies. So we'll give 5.1 for everybody. So you'll have some other things, some of the other optimizations we've done, other programs installed. And then 6 will still be a separate thing way further in the future. But at the very least, you will have triple speed fully working under Nitrous 9.
Thanks for your work.
Yeah, no problem. And we're still working on other stuff. We want to start supporting, the extra palette registers. We want to start supporting a couple of the extra graphics modes and a few other things too. So I mean, we're still working on other stuff too.
Oh, no DriveWire yet.
No, DriveWire is something that's planned for beta 6. I don't know. We won't have it ready by 5.1, I don't think, depending on, I guess, how long it takes Ed to release it officially. And we're still working out hardware bugs, at this point. So it might. But for the official version 6, we do want DriveWire in there.
Cool.
So let me ask you, when you find a hardware bug, is it, are the fixes pretty easy, or do you have to actually work really hard to get them fixed? Or
well, Ed and Gary do that. That's firmware programming, basically. Not quite firmware, but technically. But you need the USB blaster thing to update it after Ed and Gary fix it. And they've done, I think, 3 releases of bug fixes so far. So they're gradually narrowing them down. We're getting more and more closer to the actual release. We're still hitting a few little glitches here and there. So I can't predict when it'll be done yet. But basically, the reason we're going through this beta test program is that people that have these blasters, the little bits of hardware you plug into a USB port on a Windows machine, that actually reprograms the chip that controls the GimmyX, that simulates the Gimme and adds all the extra features. So basically you have to do this hardware flash upgrade, and you have to have this hardware equipment enabled to do that. It's not like the CoCo SDC. You can actually reprogram it from the CoCo itself. That's unique to the SDC. CoCo VGA, the Boomerang board, the Triad Plus, and the GimmyX all do not have that capability. You need this extra bit of hardware to do it. So the whole reason for this beta test program is for us to be able to go through with some programmers and hardware tinkerers and stuff here to make sure in both this basic and in Nitrous 9 that we get all the bugs worked out first. So when the first actual release goes out, you'll have a fully functioning, hopefully no bugs at all. You still can get it upgraded later on if you have to, but if for some of those people that don't have these extra hardware tools, you may have to send it back to Ed, to get it reprogrammed, or find somebody that does have the blaster, because he makes them freely available, and we'll be making the updates freely available. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
It's a simple 2-step process. Very cool. Does that conclude the news, L. Curtis Boyle? All right.
I got something to share real quick.
Okay. Well, we're going to take a commercial break, and then we'll come back. You have time, Ron, or are you pressed for time?
Yeah. Nope.
Where are you? Okay, I'm looking at your TV screen. That's why I couldn't find you. Okay, so we're going to take a commercial break, and then we'll come back with project updates, acquisitions, anything else we want to talk about, show and tell, share your feelings, talk about how you don't like a particular person's singing ability on a, CoCo Thoughts, anything like that we can do after these words. And for our commercial break, let's see, we've done Fletcher. I believe TV games are in order, so we'll be back after TV games, everybody. Let me turn on my sharing of my sound so nobody has to tell me 14 times while the commercials run, I can't hear the commercials. Here you go. Now you can hear the commercials.
And now these messages. It's a Radio Shack Merry Christmas.
This year, I needed to give a real family pleaser.
Honey, please help me with this budget.
How about a new game, Dad? Please.
And I found it. Radio Shack's Color Computer 2. On sale for just $99.95. It entertains, educates, manages. It's expandable and affordable. Now that really pleases me.
The Color Computer 2. Sale priced for Christmas. Only at Radio Shack.
Hi, I'm Kieran Anscombe, author of XRAW, and your brain is resolving sensory input into CoCoTALK.
At GSoft, we make games for the TRS-80 Color Computer, TRS-80 MC10, and Dragon computers. Our basic games cover the range of genres from arcade, to text adventures, to simulations, to 3D dungeon crawls. This is our latest puzzle game from Japan, Fruit Panic. So come on and drop by our website and download our latest games.
Tired of switching your joystick between the left and right port? Want to change between different controllers? Well, Joey has got you covered. The Joey Controller Switch. Take control of your controllers with the flip of 2 switches. Order today at cocoman.biz. And now, CoCo Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. Legend says, when the moon is full, if you go out in the country by the lake and whisper the name of Nick Marotta 3 times, his spirit will appear and he will grant you a product idea.
Radio Shack has a great gift idea for the whole family. Fast action TV games, and they're on sale. Get this 6-game model for $29.95 or the 4-game model for $21.95. With rising entertainment cost, that's a real bargain. You play hockey, tennis, squash, and more. Easy to hook up and great family fun that lasts all year long. The sale price TV games. Only at Radio Shack, a Tandy company.
Hi, I'm Terry Steen, author of Balloon Fire and other amazing games on the color computer. And you're listening to Stevie Stroh on CoCoTALK.
And whenever we see Terry Steen, we must remind the audience that no furniture was harmed during the making of this CoCoTALK episode. So we practice safe and responsible broadcasting here. It's time for everyone's favorite part of the show, project updates, acquisitions, show and tell. I believe Ron Delvaux had his hand up first. So Ron, was there something you wanted to share or?
Yeah, just basically I'm going to share my screen. You just saw basically Sockmaster's thing, right?
Yeah, that was somebody's thing, yeah.
Right. Well, take a look at this.
Uh-oh.
This is Sockmaster's VW.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Oh, man.
Oh, that's cool.
He's got all 64 colors on there at once.
Doesn't that remind you of?
Yeah.
I saw that and I thought, oh, that's Sockmaster's car. It has to be. Look at the color on that. Imagine how long it took to paint.
Wow. Look at that.
That's so cool.
It looked like the Jamaican flag right there for a second.
How high do you have to be to do that?
Really? Wow.
Wow, man. Look at all those colors,
That's
man.
colorful, man.
That's like
That's
vivid,
that's,
man.
That's really heavy, man.
That really speaks to me,
Sean
man.
Spawn.
2 mushrooms, man. It's all it took.
Or you could play the geek card. That spectrum's not quite in the right order.
Yeah, well, actually, yeah. Well, actually, that's not the proper Roy G. Biv.
I punch people like that.
That's why I had Sockmaster showing.
Oh, that is so cool. That is cool, man. Thank you. You've redeemed yourself. All right, so where are we? Who else something they wanted to show and tell? Anyone? Brian Weasler. Brian, what have you acquired since we last saw you?
Well, let's hear. One thing I'd like to first show here, over my right shoulder.
Holy crap!
I did some additional shelving right here.
How many freaking
Cocos
Cocos
you
got,
nobody
dude?
can buy Cocos on eBay these days. That's between you and Ed Snyder.
It's a photograph. Come
You
on.
know what?
It's
You
not
know what
real.
that stack of Cocos looks like? It looks like a teeth whitening chart. It's like, what color are your teeth now?
There are
And
some-
what would you
yes.
like your teeth to be? How much would you
Yeah.
pay?
There are some there. Sadly, though, and I hate to confess this is not all of them.
Oh.
But what I do have going on here, you can't quite see the bottom though, but it progresses from the 3001, the CoCo 1,
Okay.
4K, all the way up through the different models of the CoCo 2.
Okay.
And then the very top one, the yellowed one right there, that's the one that has the composite mod that was installed from the factory. So this is all the different ones. Plus I got other models here. So I got like a white CoCo 1 here, another CoCo 1, and then that's here.
It's not hoarding if it's all organized, right? So.
Exactly. So this is the CoCo 2. These are everything here is a different model.
Wow.
Of CoCo, whether it's an A, B, or whatever model of version it might be.
I hope you recorded all the serial numbers correctly for us to go through.
I actually have a spreadsheet that I track all my equipment in.
So
Yes,
I'm-
actually.
we're going
I
to
think
be.
I think you've outdone the CoCo closet by
Yeah.
many times over.
Oh yeah.
Do you have any that say
Do we have
Color on
board
them?
shots?
Yes, I do have some that are Canadian labeled ones. Yes.
All right.
that,
So will we be doing videos in French by any chance?
I don't know.
Les Coco Do?
Frodo in the chat room is saying that no wonder Cocos are so expensive these days.
Yeah,
Yeah. I tell you what, there's been a lot of them out there. I do have a picture I can share here too. If I do a quick share of the
I
screen
wrote a song
here.
about it. You want to hear it? Yeah, go ahead. You may share.
Can I comment on that song?
Yes, you can, Ron. Ron, what do you think about my singing? Be honest. Don't hold back.
So I've been on a little bit of organizing, and let's see here. Is that coming through here?
Yeah, it's coming through.
Yes.
Yeah. The
Okay.
picture here. So I've been
Holy
trying to get all
Maxie.
my magazines and books together.
Okay.
So the top is like CoCo 1, and the not CoCo 1, Hot CoCo, CoCo magazine, the various those there. This is all rainbow, and this is all my color computer specific books, and then the various TRS-80 and basic books down here. So been trying to get that all in one spot rather than.
I found
around
organizing my old books by stain and smell has worked out very well for me. So
Yes, you get some that do kind of have a little bit of an odor to them. Don't they?
it's got that old book smell. It's my favorite. Old book smell.
Nice IKEA product placement there with all those
Yeah.
Brian, do you
magazine boxes.
Yeah, I got the magazine boxes there. The shelving came from my office. We were doing some remodeling. They were going to toss this out, and so I grabbed this metal shelving. So that was kind of a nice little grab there. It made it really nice to get it all organized.
So are all your color computer magazines, like you've got Color Computer Magazine, you've got Hot CoCo, you've got Color Computer News, you got Rainbow. Are your collections complete, or are you still got holes in the magazines?
The Rainbow, I'm missing the very earliest ones that were still kind of a newspaper type. Let's see, like the TRS-80 News. There's a couple issues I'm missing there. I have all the Hot CoCo. Like I said, TRS-80 News, I think I have just like 2 issues in 1982 that I'm still trying to get. Most of this is complete collections, though, of all of the various magazines.
And you are married, right, Brian?
What's that?
You're married, right?
Not anymore.
Married to your hobby.
Admitting that you have a problem.
Nah.
Well, like I commented on your post, Steve, it's only a problem if you're spending the grocery money.
Yeah, right.
When you're out there.
So you only buy unique, like your collection's like done. Like you just buy unique of each model.
Yeah, I try to find the different models there. If I see one out there that someone has posted about and I don't see it, then I add it to my list of finding, and then I just can, just wait till something pops up, and if it's the right
So
price,
have you
the right
paid
time.
more than something was worth, or something that you wanted to pay just so you could scratch it off your list? Like, have you overpaid just because?
Oh, I think some things have. I think sometimes some of the books and things,
Yeah.
because they just don't pop up very often. So
Yeah.
I may have maybe overpaid, and then it never fails. You'll see some book that you don't see for a while, so you pay $30 for the book, and then next week there's one that pops up on eBay for $5.
Yeah. Yeah.
So sometimes you have to just take the gamble and
I'm running into a similar, because I've been trying to recollect my Alfred Hitchcock 3 Investigator books, and I'm kind of to that point now where I'm gonna have to either pay $50 for one book, which I don't want to do, or I've got to buy 8 books where I've got 6 of them and pay like $100 for 8 books and have a bunch of duplicates, or pay $50 for one. It's like, what do you do? So you can run into that problem at some point in time. It's like buying trading cards. You're going to get a bunch of duplicates before you get the one that you're missing. So
right,
Brian.
Yep.
So Brian, do you have a buddy or a friend or a close, comrade that you would be able to give your extra?
Maybe
extra what?
Anything extra.
Give your extra.
Well, so like the Rainbow magazine here, I'll use as an example. I had shared this story last summer. There was that guy that was in Ohio. Unfortunately, I think I'd mentioned this, that he had passed away here maybe 4 months ago. He had posted out there that he had the Rainbow magazines, and he wanted it to be a local pickup. And I reached out to him and I said, well, if you don't get anybody local, let me know. I'd be happy to pay for it. So I did have Rainbow magazines. I had some in a box, but they were just various ones that I picked up when I was younger. It interested me or whatever. So I didn't by any means have a near collection. I do have to admit, though, almost all of this Rainbow magazine was this guy's collection.
Wow.
And basically for the price of shipping, I got all these Rainbow magazines. So
that is pretty cool.
So that was kind of a nice find there. So he really didn't want any money. He just wanted me to cover it because he didn't want to throw them away. So then also this the CPM magazines here, it's the last 4 boxes here. That also was part of his collection there. So I mean, he just wanted to find a home for it. Once I reached out to him, he started, I think I received up until he passed away, I think I'd received like 6 different shipments from him of various things and stuff. As he was going through stuff, he was moving. So, and we see those stories, where somebody happens to run into somebody at the right time, at the right moment, and getting rid of something or an estate sale or whatever.
Yeah.
So
why is the post office having a rough time right now? I don't understand.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So then I just got a couple other things here real quick. I just want to show. You guys might have remembered.
Hey Brian, quick question.
Yeah.
On all those CoCos on that little shelf that you've got there with all the different models and variations of each of the model numbers, are most of those, do they have the warranty stickers intact or not? And if not, have you done photos of the boards to identify all the differences internally?
No, I haven't done all that documentation. I would say probably 2/3 of those all have the warranty stickers intact. So that's one thing I try to look for.
Wow.
If it's not a working model, then I usually go and break the warranty sticker because I want to get it working. All of these do function. All of these CoCos here, I can plug them in and use them. So
I have for you a $600 sticker removal machine.
Sticker removal.
You put it right back on, bud.
Oh, right back on after it's done. Okay, is it just a really expensive hair dryer? Is it? Or maybe?
Yeah, basically.
I don't know if you guys remember this one here from last year I shared here.
Making the most of your city color.
Yeah, it had this kind of a.
Yeah,
this actually was from Australia. It's from Australia.
Crikey.
Well, I seen another copy of it, and this one actually came from Australia as well, and it actually is the exact same book. I mean, page for page. The only thing that's different is the cover.
Wow,
but
and the other cover is cooler.
Yeah, it's kind of a robotic type of. I don't know what you want to call it, but it's kind of different. Yeah.
It reminds me of the old Synapse commercials, actually.
Yeah.
There.
It kind of looks like a Power Ranger or something. Yeah.
Yeah, he's kind of a robot-looking thing. So yeah, Iron Man almost. So, and then another book I've been wanting to get. This one is actually out there on eBay for a long time, and funny, I went ahead and got it for what I thought was a good price, and then now there is one out there for $5. The other thing that was kind of funny is when I looking at the picture, it seemed like it was a much bigger book. Like it might have been one that's about the size like a letter sheet of paper or whatever that size is, 8 by 11 or something. And when I got the book, it was this small little thing. It's, I don't know if you can perspective in my hand, but it's
thrilling games.
Are they
thrilling games?
Oh, that's a great book.
Yeah.
I have that one.
Is it in the archive?
I'm not sure if it's in the archive.
No, the VIC version is out there, and an Apple and Atari versions are out there, but I can't find an already scanned version of that one for the CoCo.
I was thinking perusing it for the GameON challenge.
The thing I thought was kind of interesting is this one is that it was actually marked up, and so the owner had his own rating system. I'm not sure if this is coming through or not. There we go. So he had like E, O, and different things. And here's his thing right here. So E
is excellent, O is okay, and D is dumb.
Dumb.
Man, that game is dumb, man.
This guy should have reviewed for Rainbow.
Excellent, okay, and dumb.
Dumb.
No, Rainbow, you just need the E.
So there you go. But that's all I got, sir.
Everything's an official rating scale.
Hey, just real quick, and we're not completely pressed for time, but just so number one, it's coming up on 5:45, which would be 4 hours, which is fine. But I just want to say this: we do have to try to wrap this up reasonably soon because I've let my Florida Retro group use my Zoom account for them to do a virtual meeting at 7 p.m. So I'd like us to be wrapped up close to 6 as possible. Just bear that in mind, but don't rush. Thanks, Brian, for sharing that. We heard from Ron Delvaux. Who else had something to update? Michael Furman, anything from you? I don't remember.
Just very quickly. So I've had a little more time to work on PyDriveWire, and I think all the features at this point are in the can for the next minor release, which is 0.5 Delta, and we'll spend the next week going through testing, fixing bugs, writing documentation, and I think you guys will get deload and named objects.
Neat.
Those are the 2 features that are coming in the next release. So coming soon.
We look forward to that. Very cool. Who else? Anybody else have an update? I don't remember, Brian Schubring, if you had something you wanted to talk about, but you've been muted. No, you're shaking your head no. I hear the rattling. Okay. Anyone else? Nick Marotta, anything from you?
I just been when I got a couple of my lots of stuff, it came with cassette tapes, and I decided this week to start going through them and seeing if there's anything on there that is interesting. So I hooked up a CCR81 to the CoCo 2 and loading stuff up real old style.
That is cool. So what happens? Great. What happens if you go to load it and you do like a C load and it needed to be a C load M? What?
I get an FM error.
So you'd have to just rewind a little bit and try it again.
Yeah.
Female error.
But there's actually some utilities on tape utilities that will do a directory for you, which goes through the whole tape and lists what's on there, what type of file it is, what the addresses are. So
you can use the skip F quote X quote trick to do that too, but you have to sit there and just watch it and write down each file name as it goes by.
Yeah, so it's just kind of really fun retro, and it's working surprisingly well. Like they're loading pretty. It seems pretty. Like when I first got my CoCo, I hated trying to load stuff off my MP3 player or whatever, but off cassette tape seems to be pretty.
Once you get the level set, it's usually pretty. It's pretty consistent usually.
Yeah.
What's that crappy game you have running in the background there?
No, I have Buzzer Bait running.
Isn't that Lancer?
You thought it was Lancer, I guess, but no, it's Buzzer Bait.
Yeah, but then when we saw it didn't have quality, so we knew it wasn't Lancer anymore. So.
Well, there's more than 4 enemies on the screen, so it can't be Lancer.
Wow.
Yeah, no physics on the screen either.
You know Lancer has a limit, right?
Save it for November, Nick.
So.
Oh, it's time for the outro.
Yeah. Anybody else? Anybody else have any project updates? Chet Simpson, anything to update us on Digger releases or anything? And
No, if everything goes all right, this will be the last weekend I'm working on it.
How are the sales numbers so far on those free downloads?
So far, they are off the charts, man. I got to tell you, I'm very impressed. I've got that zero.
He looks impressed. You could, this is your decision to not charge for it. People would pay for it. Happily.
Oh, I know they would, but that's cool. I'm gonna release it for free anyway.
And you mentioned people feel free to donate to a charity.
Sure.
I donate to charity all the time. Charity's a stripper I go and see. But
yeah.
Excellent. Anyone else? Anyone else have an update, an acquisition? Jason Riker, do you have Sarah tied up in the back seat there anywhere?
No.
Okay.
She's just fine.
Okay.
I'll get a newspaper and she can hold it up later.
Proof of life.
Remember the safe word, Sarah.
Asparagus.
That's we need to. The asparagus has been called. It's time to press the button, Frank. All right. So
people we don't even know that.
Yeah. So you can maybe see behind me, and let me see if I do like what she said, and we'll try to make it a little bigger. But I've been trying to organize my office, and I'll get out of the way here. But you can kind of see this shelving unit behind me here. On my bottom shelf here, I've got Tandy 1000, CoCo MC10. Then I've got my new Commodore 64, my Apple II, and Atari. And then I've got my retro game collections here. So I'm trying to get my crap organized and get my office organized. And I'm almost there. And when I get everything organized, I will be doing like a proper 360 video of my new office studio workspace, and I'll show it off for project updates and acquisitions, which will hopefully be maybe by next week. We're almost there. And in the process of doing that, I've actually downsized in a way. I've been running 3 screens for a while, and I've been finding now with the way OBS works in the live chat, I kind of don't need a 3rd screen, and that was doing that. So in lieu of the 3 mismatched screens I used to have, I now have 2 matched screens. So I've got 2 matching monitors for the first time in my life, and it's interesting. And
How's it feel, bud?
So are those systems all functional, Stevie?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the Super Nintendo I'm pretty sure works. I just need to get the right adapter. And the NES, I have a new 72-pin adapter. I just haven't switched out for it yet. But yeah, I'd say 99% of everything works or is easy to get working. So
good stuff.
Nice shelf, Stevie.
So yeah, and here's the problem too. That shelf, everything sounds good in my head, and I think about, oh man, this is gonna be great, and this is awesome. And then you get in here, and it's like, holy flustercluck! It's like I can't even walk through here now. It's so you every time I try to do something, it just doesn't work out exactly how I intended. But we're getting there.
Totally relate to that.
Yeah, so on one side over here, I've got a plastic, like one of those fold-up white plastic tables. I plan on actually getting rid of that, and I'm going to move this shelf behind me over to the other wall where because I have to cut around it to walk into the room. It comes out like 18 inches from the doorway, so it's almost like you're walking through a small hallway to get into my room, and it's just weird. It's awkward. So we're going to move that.
We've tried to arrange that room. It's time to get a bigger room.
I do. I'm thinking about coming to Arizona and getting a garage. So yeah, that's next.
Rotating gazebo outside of your window.
So yeah, so that's been my work in progress now for 3 weeks now. I've been working on this crap hole of a room that I call my office. So and that's it.
The kids are going to move out eventually.
Yeah, they keep threatening to. Excellent. All right, how about we we're going to press the button, and then we'll be back with final thoughts. Thanks, everybody. This has been fun. I've trying to get back into the groove of running the show. Hopefully I did an okay job. I'm no Rob Inman, but, we'll no Mark Bosley here, but we'll do what we can. All right, we'll be back after this. This concludes another episode of CoCo Talk, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy color computer. For all things CoCo Talk, visit us on the web at CoCoTALK.live. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to CoCoTalk@CoCoTalk.live.
CoCo Talk is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCo Talk is rocking the 8-bit world.
Consider supporting the show with a purchase of merchandise from our retro swag shop at 8bit256.com. If you'd like to become a patron of the show, click the Patreon link at our website at CoCoTALK.live.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, 'cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
CoCo Talk would not exist without the community, its cast, crew, and contributors. Thanks go to Curtis Boyle, David Ladd, Mark Overholzer, Grant Leedy, Bruce Moore, Nick Marentes, Ron Delvaux, Rick Adams, Jason Reichert, Richard Lorbieski, Jim Brain, Tom C., Rob Inman, Mark Bosley, Brian Joyce, Ken Reichert, David O'Connor, Brian Weasler, Terry Steggy, Nick Marotta, John Strong, and many more, especially to Steve Bjork for production suggestions and James Different-Daffer for making my head explode. Please help support the CoCo community by visiting some of its various contributors. A list of resources is available at imacoconut.com. That's IMACOCONUT.com. The CoCo Talk theme song is copyright 2008 by D. Bruce Moore and Greg Sheeler. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. And we're back for final thoughts. What a jam-packed show, huh? We had Simon Jonassen's demo. We had Nick Marentes' world premiere of his new Pipes game with multi-voice music and 9 colors. We had...
Yeah, I was thinking he should have had bagpipes, maybe.
Well, we've got that. We've got that in Run Dino Run, don't we? We have some of that stuff. So...
I've got bagpipes in the Fairlight behind me here.
Oh yeah, excellent! Yeah, great job last week on the show. I haven't watched the video, but I was listening to the podcast when I got some drive time, and I got almost to the Fairlight part. Yeah, the Peter guy sounded really interesting. It sounds like a good segment, so I'm gonna probably want to go back and watch that one with the videos of all the pictures of the inside of that CoCo. It looked like you guys got some great discussions out of that, going through that system. So, yeah, this show has been the melting pot of everybody who's on it. This show is great because everybody who comes together every week. And I just want to thank you guys for the past 2 or 3 weeks doing your day shows and your evening shows and the late night news and all that kind of stuff. Great team effort. Thanks for keeping the flame alive and all that kind of stuff. I really appreciate you guys, and we appreciate the audience and everybody else here with us. Parting thoughts and final words. Mark Bosley, anything to tell the folks at home?
Nah, I just been gone for the last 2 weeks. Glad to be home.
Yeah, we're glad to have you back. Nick Marotta, anything to say to your fans? There's hundreds of them out there right now.
Just, it's a really cool time to be into the CoCo. There's a lot of stuff going on, and it's pretty interesting that there's this resurgence of interest.
Absolutely. Jason Reichert, anything you want to tell us that Sarah gives you permission to?
He put that well.
Yeah, I don't have to clear any statement with her.
Good idea.
CoCo early and CoCo off.
That's awesome. Brian Weasler does not have a problem because he's got it under control and he's got it organized. Any parting thoughts for you, Brian?
Nope, just keep the CoCo flame alive.
Keep it alive. Keep the flame fanned. And Alan Murphy, anything for the folks at home? Any words of advice?
Oh yeah, thanks to the guests today. Appreciated seeing pipes going, and there's just so much going on that it's almost more going on now than I remember back in the day. So thanks to everybody for keeping that going.
And Rick Hewlin, anything you want to say to your fans out there, fans of the beard?
I just wanted to warn Jason that he needs to really go after these guys.
What?
Boomerang.
Oh, is that gonna? Oh my goodness! Yeah,
it's the Boosteroo headphone adapter.
The Boosteroo. Boosteroo.
That's
But I found it in Goodwill.
With a term like boost, it sounds like it's stolen.
Yeah, Brian Schubring, you're muted. But anything you want to let the folks at home know? You're still muted. That's okay. You sound best muted. You look good in the dark. You're still muted. You're still muted. Maybe you're telling me what you think about that last comment so nobody can hear it.
Sounds great.
We'll pass on. Okay, here we go. There you go.
Just a few chords to blow us away.
Okay. All right. That was totally worth it. Chet Simpson, any final thoughts?
Yeah, by Timberman. Great game.
By Tim, there you go, from itch.io. Excellent. Mikey.
Drive wire, drive often.
Drive wire, drive. Now, honestly, Python. Why did you write it in Python again when you could have done it in C?
Oh, man.
Ron Delvaux. Ron Delvaux, music critic to the stars. Delvaux's Observatory, Fountain Hills, Arizona. All right, what's the last four of your social and your PIN number to your ATM card?
That's my new shirt I made for my observatory.
That's cool. I saw a picture of you and the lovely wife wearing that one. Looks good.
Yeah.
Looks good. L. Curtis Boyle, maker of Nitrous 9 and optimized drivers. Anything?
Well, keep your ears peeled out for any more stuff we're adding for the Gimme X here to get released by the time the Gimme X hardware is actually released. So we're hoping to get some extra things in there, and also just jumping on what other people have said here too. Just seeing that the CoCo seems to be getting more popular, and it's getting popular with the young crowd. That's the part that most floors me. 10 to 12-year-olds, etc., are getting interested in that. That's amazing.
Absolutely. It's nice to see somebody on 12 years old on YouTube not playing Fortnite. David O'Connor, you have the last word, sir.
Okay. Now that I have this wonderful, nearly broke it. Fairlight sitting behind me. Fairlight sitting behind me. My CoCo music album is going to start progressing again, and the CoCos will be all over it. And there will be lots of authentic 80s retro music in CoCo music, all played by CoCos in a Fairlight.
That is awesome. We look forward to that. On behalf of everyone and everyone everywhere except for the Commodore community, we wish you all the very best.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. God bless us, everyone. Take care. Nanu, nanu. Bye-bye now.
Happy birthday, CoCo.
Happy birthday, CoCo.
Bye.